Hi, hello. We are the organizers of the conference, The World After the Pandemic. Welcome everyone who is in the call with us, but welcome also all of you who are watching right now through YouTube. We hope that you will enjoy it as well. I would like to introduce my colleague. This is Alexa.
And this is Maika. And today together there are four of us who organized this conference. And as you could see on our social media and on our website, the conference is divided into 2 days. It's today and tomorrow. And today we are focusing on facing reality, as well as our great panelists, experts, and keynote speaker. And tomorrow is Finding Hope panels, full of great panelists, amazing expert speakers, and keynote speakers.
A little bit of the background of this conference. It started as a really small idea of having online discussions with some experts. But then when we started to talk about it with our teachers and classmates as well, we decided to do this conference because we realized that this pandemic was really a life-defining moment, and it was such a global event that it deserved to have a proper conference. And when we started to talk about it, we divided it into these 2 days because we were basically tired of only having a conversation which was negative, especially in the media. And we realized that the amount of information they were putting on us was really heavy. That's why we wanted to avoid some kind of hoax and misinformation and really focus on academic discussion, which is based on the facts, but then also to bring some kind of a positive mood and hope as well.
So today, the first part, facing reality, is focusing not only, and that's how we approach it, it's not only about the breach of the human rights that we could see in some examples around the world, but also of the malfunctions of systems, of governments, and we also could see the people rioting against certain restrictions. And we wanted to have the discussion with all of you from around the world to see how you view it. That's why we decided to do it online, and so that we can gather as many opinions and to have you discuss it with all of us at the same time.
A bit of a background about us. The two of us and with 2 other colleagues, we are the 3rd years at BISLA, currently graduating, hopefully successfully. So let us introduce to our colleagues, Maciej and Daniel.
Hello, so we are calling from the basement of BISLA, so the quality might not be as perfect always, but we're doing our best to keep it online and keep it live stream without interruptions. So to move forward, I think we can go to the second day, and we are expecting the second day.
So hi everyone, my name is Daniel, and basically what we decided in this duality of the conference is the first day is focusing on what's happening, but all this painful reality and these very severe restrictions, but all like this harsh conditions we go through, we felt like obviously it's a terrible experience, but we also want to reflect upon what we can learn from what happened globally, and we wanted to find hope. We wanted to find those things that are eventually positive, and those things that can make us move forward from this, and that will be positive ones. So we decided to find panels and find speakers who are able to focus on this part of finding hope, finding the positive things, even in the harshest times. And that's the second day.
Yeah. We are thankful for all those that send their abstracts. We are very happy that it's going to be a global conference, because we got abstracts from all around the world, from Japan until the west coast of US. So we're really happy to welcome you, and also among participants, we know that there are many of you coming from all the corners around the world and watching us talk. And this is one of our first aims, is to have really a global discussion something that is not being done in Slovakia. Many countries, the first steps that they took was to close themselves from the world. And what we are trying to do is open up to the world and listen to what world can offer to us and how we can move forward. Secondary, and this is something that it's coming from what we are studying, and that's a liberal arts. It's that we are never trying to take for granted only one perspective. And this is why we're really happy that there are people from all the fields, from like really natural sciences through mathematics, all the way to like cultural studies and other things. So we are really trying to take a multidisciplinary approach to the conference and also to the topic, because the world after the pandemic is not going to be only formed by our politics, but also about what we can do and bringing experts from all the fields together. Lastly, and this is something that is coming from a very specific format of this conference, is that it's online, and therefore it's not as interactive as one might hope for. We tried our best to make it as interactive as possible, so at any time you might be able to join either through chat and ask questions, or raising hand and try to part into the discussion. But also there is an option to go to Slido, so slide.do, and with the hashtag pandemic, you can join and you can ask questions, and we will be happy to share them with others that are in the chat. And one more thing, and this is something that is also coming from learning and listening through this online platform, is that much rather than right now interrupting or right now joining in discussion, right now what we are trying to do is more listen and hear about what is happening, and listen to others and try to reflect on what their views are offering and how we can maybe inform our views by it. And it is also my pleasure, and this is kind of a very important part of the opening, is to also let you know about the partners. So we are all, four of us are students at BISLA, and this is where also the conference is taking place, in the computer room in the basement. The BISLA is a Bratislava International School of Liberal Arts. It's a relatively young school focusing on liberal arts, with specifically mostly in social sciences, and most of us are getting political science majors and then minors in different things. Also, our two other partner schools and schools that we are really closely cooperating with in many aspects is CEU, so it's Central European University, that is residing in Budapest and Vienna, or mostly in Vienna now. And then we have Bard College Berlin, which are kind of like also in their way of thinking and teaching are probably the closest schools to us. And lastly, BISLA is organizing conference Liberal Herald, and this might be also one of our partners, who is also helping us to organize and put together such conferences. And in these weeks, there was supposed to be another Liberal Herald, but because of Corona, as many other things were cancelled, also Liberal Herald. So this is our contribution to keeping up the conference going. And lastly, we have Critica in Context, which is our academic journal, which will be publishing some of the papers that are going to be presented. So just few more technical things, especially for those who are in the Zoom call, and also that are on live stream. We'll be probably taking, before each activity, there will be about 15 minutes break, during which we will have time to set up the new next panel or next speakers. I'm happy to see that most of the people that are supposed to speak in next panel that starts at 1:30 are already here. So we will try to talk to them. So in meanwhile, you have time to get your coffee or finish your lunch or take your breakfast or maybe finish your dinner. I don't know which time zone are you in. But so this is kind of way we are going to be doing it. And then always we will try to stay sharp and on time. So at 1:30 we will again start with the next panel, which I will be moderating. Also for the technical things, so as I already mentioned, there is a possibility to ask questions through Slido, or if you are in a Zoom call, there is also a possibility to use raise hand function that you can find if you click on participants, and there you can find something that raise hand. We will see when somebody raises hand, and we'll give them space to ask questions. Also, already the live stream is on the YouTube, and it's on in our Facebook event or on our conference website, so you can find links everywhere. And so you feel free to share it with your family or friends or on your social media, and we'll be very happy if you can spread the word. So yeah, this is probably for us from now for the opening. And
well, maybe let's just add that we try to recreate the idea of a normal conference. So that's what we try to do with all these panels, discussions. So you get the feeling and the atmosphere of a conference that would happen in real time. And this is how it goes during the pandemics, just so you know the format. And yeah, I think that's all from us, and we're very happy to see you all here already, the participants and those joining on the live stream. And yeah, we're thrilled to be here, and we're looking forward to the panels.
Yeah. So now we will just give us 10 seconds to kind of end the stream, and we will be back with the panelists in a few seconds. for more technical things, you can always ask questions at slido.com with hashtag pandemic. Or if you are in the Zoom call, you can ask questions through raising hand function. So in about now, we will start live streaming our conversation. So just be aware that we are already live streaming, and I will introduce the first two presenters, and I will leave the floor to them, and they can share their presentation. So, yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first panel of the World After the Pandemic conference. I'm really happy that you join us. I'm here with three colleagues in the basement of BISLA, and we are live streaming live from here to the whole world. For the first panel, that is also going to concern a little bit about us facing the reality of the pandemic and everything that it brought upon us. We'll have the first paper that it's concerned with societal and spatial mutations during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have here Mehmet Sahingler and Alikan Thailand. Mehmet is a PhD candidate in sociology and researcher at Minorities and COVID-19 University. And Alikan is a faculty member at Pratt Institute School of Architecture in the US. So guys, I think the floor is yours, and good luck with the presentation.
All right, thank you, Mate. Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Istanbul. First of all, we would like to thank the organizing team for making this conference possible, and thank you all for being here. We are really glad to be here, and it's a great opportunity to be a part of this organization. We believe that thinking about the world after the pandemic right now is both necessary and fruitful. So now I would like to start as a sociologist by presenting our preliminary ideas and reflections about social and political mutations during and after the corona pandemic. Then Alican Thailand, as an architect, will talk about the spatial mutations. So when we first started to think about the world after the pandemic, we couldn't help but think about the world before the pandemic. That world was not really great altogether. So now, today, we are counting deaths and hoping to see flattening curves. But the world before the pandemic that appears so appealing today to many is a world where 25,000 die of hunger daily, and where we are on the edge of a climate breakdown and so forth. In that sense, we decided to elaborate on the pandemic in a different way. The question that concerns us became whether the pandemic, as a crisis, despite its deadly effects, might become an opportunity for positive change. Well, since the concept of crisis plays a crucial role in our understanding, let me just briefly explain how we see it. We argue that every crisis is societal, and we mean that in two different senses. Firstly, we claim that a crisis is societal because it's dependent on the social conditions in which the crisis is encountered. So, for example, a health crisis in the 14th century Europe will be quite different from our contemporary health crisis. Their impact will be different, their amplitude will be different, their spread will be different, and tools to prevent them will definitely not be the same. And secondly, we argue that a crisis in a subfield of the social is never limited to that subfield alone. In other words, a crisis is contagious, if you like. It spreads, for example, from economic field to social health, from ecology to politics, and so on. So it's never limited to subfield alone. And that is to say that we think that a crisis is always dependent on the present social conditions on the one hand, and at the same time it spreads between different social fields and thus inevitably becomes societal. Well, but why would it matter, right? What difference it makes when a crisis is understood as a social crisis? Well, we argue that a social crisis makes the inadequacy and the corruption of the present social formation highly visible. This is for us quite important. The force of habits, daily routines, and normality of the normal is torn open during a crisis. A social crisis, in that sense, is a moment of openness. Almost everything is possible during a social crisis. A simple example of that might be the October Revolution during the World War I. No one thought of a revolution was possible before the crisis that was caused by a pervasive war. And anyway, during a crisis, we claim that it becomes possible to face our usual and perpetual crisis, the way of life we name as normal. All of a sudden, we obtain the opportunity to look at the world through different lenses. Things that we used to do without questioning become open to debate, and things that were not even thinkable just a few days ago become possible. One can easily think of the trillions of dollars injected in Western economies during the corona crisis, while a few weeks earlier, the austerity policies were the only ruling idea of economic governance. So in that sense, we argue that a social and the possibility range itself is extensive. Pre-crisis state of things can be strengthened. Control and exploitation can access levels that were never seen before. But the pre-normal can also be destroyed. Its problematic aspects can be in the 14th century Europe. So the plague caused, as is well known, a rapid decline in population. Almost a third of the population in Europe was in the presentation. That the plague caused a significant change in customs and traditions. On the other hand, as a counterexample, we can look at the smallpox pandemic in South America. Well, when the Europeans brought smallpox to native societies of Latin America, there was actually no decline of inequalities in the societies that were affected by smallpox. Quite on the contrary, actually, smallpox accelerated the downfall of several native civilizations, and at the same time, it created a blood-stained source of wealth for European monarchy. However, we think that the virus does not only create social and political change. We can also talk about spatial mutations, and my colleague Alican Taylan will now talk about this.
All right, thank you, Memo. And thank you for the organizers to organize this panel. It's great to be here. We think that the virus put us in an exceptional spatial organization as a society, if we may say. One that we will perhaps not live through again anytime soon. Over 1 billion people went or are going through a lockdown or so forth. And the situation made visible a trend in the way we inhabit the city. We would argue that this trend was started with digitization decades earlier, and that it only became very vivid when we actually all couldn't get out of our houses. So what I'm referring to is this total merging of places of work and leisure, of socializing and family spaces, of cultural and functional spaces. As recently as the 1970s, philosopher Michel Foucault wrote about the impossibility of this merging. It seemed to him that, at least for the society of his time, these dualities would always remain, that they were unchangeable. I'm referring to Foucault's text of Other Spaces, where he presented his concept of heterotopias. On a different note, in his retroactive manifesto, the architect Rem Koolhaas presented through case studies the effects of mechanization on the city of New York, so modernity. He observed that the implementation of elevators into commercial and residential buildings created this effect of verticalizing the urban sprawl and the spaces of work, while creating completely disjoint spatial linkages, stacks of floors with different functions in them. So you can have a business in one floor and another business on the other, and they don't have to be the same at all. So this space shift, the spatial shift that we're undergoing with digitization is actually even more radical. So sometimes rooms that are thousands of kilometers apart get connected via cameras, speakers, and interfaces, and they generate multiple networks of interconnected rooms in a rhizomatic way, as Deleuze would call it. With lockdowns everywhere around the globe, the long research and speculation around an architecture of the virtual then found itself a fertile ground for experimentation, we can say. But to advance that, the COVID-19 pandemic created a magically sustainable spatial model for the future would be very forgetful of space's complex relationship with production. As a matter of fact, spaces of production have only undergone minor cosmetic technological changes, we could argue, since the Industrial Revolution. For example, the early 20th century Ford's factory worker and today's Foxconn workers work in relatively similar spaces. In that regard, we might think that this setup is not to change anytime soon, on one hand. On the other hand, however, we can also see that this rhizomatic division of digitalized space is also affecting spaces of material production. One of the clearest examples of this might be Amazon's platform called Mechanical Turk. This website got its name from a 18th century Austrian pseudo chess machine that pretends it can play chess while it is actually operated by a puppeteer, by a human inside the machine. And this platform is aimed at providing on-computer jobs and services in different scales and forms. So if you're an employer, you can go online and ask, oh, could you translate this article for me? And someone somewhere in the world will maybe pick the job up and do it. So ranging from short text editings and organizing hundreds of Photoshop files, it could be anything. Employers can offer jobs to freelancing people that they will actually never see, and without being bound to any kind of regulation or restriction on wages and working conditions. So in a similar fashion, during this pandemic, we can observe a tendency in it where business owners lock people at home and create a pervasive working model that pushes workers to uncertainty without providing them with any kind of foreseeable future. But until now, we've spoken about the possibility of change. However, we also need to focus on other factors that challenge this possibility. One of these factors can be called resilience, or to make it more appropriate in this context, immunity. That is the immunity of our understanding of life, the immunity of our semantic, of our meaning structures, our experiences and how we assign meaning to them, either by customs, traditions, social norms, or by novel practices, all play a critical role in the way we become subjects. So we tend to somehow resist against information that proves our existing way of assigning meaning to life might be false or fake. This immunity can be observed in different levels, both in our daily lives and in historical events. As an example of historical events, the Europeans who sail away, climate change deniers who, against all scientific data, keep defending a business as usual model are another clear example illustrating the concept of immunity today. But that is how immunity works. It hides the truth, it covers up the possibility of an alternative. So when it comes to the coronavirus, we are up against a similar immunity. The existing social formation tried that. And it is quite obvious that the corona crisis is not a mere health crisis, though. It is affecting the vulnerable or fragile lives much more. It made our pre-existing inequalities more vivid than ever, and our pre-existing and usual crisis became much more visible. It's all out there in the open, but many of us will have a certain immunity against those facts, or so we argue. These were some preliminary ideas. And thank you for listening. And it's perhaps too early to draw conclusions, but as a final note, we want to emphasize that whatever the social conditions are, whatever the possibility of change and factors against it are, the virus itself cannot force social change. The virus is just an external agent that can remind us about the possibility or the necessity of social change. Hence, maybe the most important critical questions that we need to answer today together is who or which group will be the agent of change in this process. And there's a great difference between a top-down change coming from the already ruling classes as a certain grace from top down, and a change that is forced radically from below. Sadly, again, it is too early to have an answer to those questions, but we think it's a good opportunity, platforms like this, to start asking them and thinking. Thank you for listening. Our presentation is done over here, up, and I might maybe stop the share.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll now try to also unmute Mehmet. So now there is a space, we have a minute to answer any questions. So if there are anybody from the audience that wishes to ask a question at the Zoom, just feel free to raise your hand. So we have already one raised hand. Oh no, we have a clap. And also for those that are watching live stream, I'm just reminding them that they might join the questions through Slido and putting down the hashtag pandemic. We have also no questions there, so.
It was all clear. Okay.
Oh no, we have Noemi, so I will give her space now to ask her question.
Sound okay.
Noemi?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So thank you very much for the presentation. It was really interesting. So you rightly point out that our old normal was in fact not normal at all. So I was wondering whether you would say that we already lived in a state of crisis and that the pandemic only brought that to light. That is, the pandemic didn't cause the crisis. It just shows that our lives are what they are, for what they were. Or would you rather say that the pandemic is a new crisis on top of an existing crisis, which creates an even worse crisis? I was wondering what your view is about that.
Yeah. Interesting question. You want to jump in, Memo, or I can just say a few words and maybe you want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the crisis displaced the other crisis, and so there's a displacement instead of a juxtaposition or a renewal complete, I would think. So by completely changing our ways of life, or the way of life of many people at least, it made us realize also that what we thought was normal, we were all in our lives going on like a train going fast, right? And so it just stops, and we realize that the old normal is actually not normal at all. And it's a good time for actually thinking of a change in society.
Yeah, I might just add, that was the main point of our presentation. So we were focusing on the problematic aspects of the old normal. But I think I can say that we think the new crisis caused by the coronavirus, it doesn't just displace it. I don't think it displaced it, but it just added on top of it, if you like. So it made the previous crisis much more visible. And so it also caused an openness, right? That was one of the most important aspects for us. So now the crisis that we lived in and we called normal and we saw as natural in a sense is torn open, and we can, at least most of us are open to new ideas, new ways of life, new ways of assigning meaning to life. So that was the most important point for us, I guess.
And I think that the notion of normality actually defines the notion of crisis at the same time. I just took another look at a book yesterday by Samuel Butler. It's called Erewhon, and it's an anagram for nowhere. It's the story of a man who goes into another society and discovers that all the rules, the normal rules in it, are completely topsy-turvy and upside down. So ill people are treated as criminals, and criminals are treated as sick people. And it's this very funny situation where, and with a lot of humor, where the normal is completely torn apart, and the ensuing dealing with reality also changes completely, while we see elements of familiarity in it. Or you can also think of the, I can't remember the name. I think it was a Truffaut film where the eating order is completely changed, where in a bourgeois house, people go and take a shit while eating together and talk. And they go to the bathroom saying, sorry, I have to go. And they go eat a hamburger in the bathroom all by themselves. This questioning of the normal is fascinating.
We have one more question. I will now share just for a second the screen. It's at the Slido, so we have, I will start with the first one. So if we have any thoughts on the effects of the social and spatial changes on well-being, disruption to our normal lives, that's inadequacies, creates whether it can create new modes of illness. And yeah, the person that is asking is also asking about, they're thinking especially about mental and emotional difficulties. So can you respond to this?
Yeah, maybe Alijan would like to start.
Sure, I think the question is touching upon what we were referring to in the presentation as it's making vulnerable lives even more vulnerable, right, in a way, and it's making it harder for any part of society that is not a dominant part, all kinds of minorities, and more difficult than it is. So in that change, there is always a hope for change and so forth. But obviously, the crisis is so pervasive in our daily lives that it's not affecting everyone in the same way. And for sure, it's making
This, of course, causes problems in the well-being of all of us. No one likes to be locked down in their houses. No one likes to be stay immobile throughout the day, and no one wants to be alone. But what we wanted to point out is that even before this crisis, which is acknowledged by the whole world now, there were many people dying out. And
thank you for your responses. Now I think it's my space to also thank you for your presentation. So we can give a round of applause to our two presenters. And we will continue now with Noemi. I will ask her to start her video. And meanwhile, while she's getting on, I will do a short introduction. So Noemi was born and raised in a small countryside in northern Italy, but lived and studied in London for the past 9 years. She's a graduate teaching assistant at King's College London and Birkbeck, where she recently completed a PhD in political philosophy, and her research centers around liberalism, multiculturalism, and autonomy, with a particular focus on vulnerable individuals. And she's going to be talking about, as you can already see on the screen, learning from the pandemic through a solidaristic approach. So the floor is yours, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right. Okay. So before I start, I just want to thank the conference organizers for this timely event, and Matej for chairing this session, and of course my co-panelists and everyone who is attending today. So as you can see from the very first slide of my presentation, I'm going to talk about a solidaristic approach to public health. So what I'm gonna do is I will introduce you to some of the things that Giorgio Agamben, the Italian philosopher, has to say about the COVID-19 pandemic and tell you why I think that he's wrong, at least in some respects. So Agamben started writing on COVID-19 as soon as the crisis hit Europe, and it is potentially changing them forever. Now, quite annoyingly, at least for me, it doesn't believe that the virus is actually a threat. I mean, it refers to the pandemic as an invention or as a risk that cannot be possibly specified. So what is concerning about the pandemic, real or imagined for him, are not its associated health risks, but the way both individuals and states have reacted to the virus itself. So let me say something about Agamben's worries. There are two main worries, I think. The first one is that the pandemic constitutes an opportunity for governments to tighten their coercive control over citizens, creating the conditions for a state of exception, what he calls a state of exception, that could persist indefinitely. So if you're familiar with Agamben's work, he talked about the state of exception in a book that he published at the beginning of I think it was like 2005. The state of exception entails, among other things, restrictions on individual freedoms, such as freedom of movement and freedom of association, which is for Agamben a fundamental prerequisite for political freedom. The second worry that Agamben talks about is a degeneration of the relationships between individuals who are now afraid of any contact with others. And this for him is even worse than the loss of freedom itself. And of course, it is related to the first worry that I just talked about. Because of social distancing measures, individuals now see others only as potential untori. Untori is an Italian word that roughly translates as anointers or plague spreaders. It has been around for a very long time, I think at least since the Black Death in the 14th century, and has been used a lot in the Italian literature, for instance, and history in the 17th and 18th century, where there were various pandemics affecting the Italian peninsula. So as a consequence of state-imposed restrictions and individuals' fears, a combination of both, face-to-face contacts are being replaced with virtual ones, and political discussion and activity are stifled. Now, again, if you're familiar with what Agamben is saying these days, it's very much against, for instance, online teaching. And I suspect it would be against like an online conference like this one, because he believes that coming together to talk about things, not only politics, but stuff in general, creates some sort of community and allows people to become political agents. While nowadays, he believes that individuals no longer believe in anything apart from what he calls bare life, which is basically mere physical survival. So individuals are only worried about their own survival, and thus they become a passive and rarefied mass, ready to subject itself to the tyrannical power of a Leviathan. Now, what should we make of Agamben's view? I said at the beginning that I don't believe that Agamben has good reasons to say that the pandemic is an invention. Of course, that's more a matter of science than philosophy. So I'm going to focus on something else instead. And I think that Agamben raises some important criticisms against a particular way of responding to the health crisis, a way that is based on interpersonal distrust and the exceptional exercise of unchecked state power. But I also think that it misses an important implication of living in a society in which individuals can anoint others. And this is the acknowledgement each of us, ourselves as well as others, can potentially spread the infection. So each of us is a potential untore. We're both vulnerable and the source of others' people's vulnerability. I don't have much time to go into this in any detail, but let me just say that I think that vulnerability is both an ontological and a relational concept. It refers to the capacity to suffer harm shared by all human beings. Well, I mean, we can be harmed in virtue of our very humanity, and that's why I think it is an ontological concept. But while everyone can be harmed, some individuals and groups are more susceptible to harm than others. And this is why I think that vulnerability is a relational or situational concept. And I also think that a focus on vulnerability shows that it is possible to conceive of social distancing as an act of solidarity, which stems from the recognition of both our ontological and relational vulnerability. So distancing oneself from others is not just a way to protect oneself. It's not just a means to self-protection. It is a way to protect others. And by extension, it is also a way to protect meaningful relationships with others. And this, of course, goes against Agamben's idea that individuals now only care about their life, their survival, and are ready to sacrifice everything for it, even their most cherished relationships. Another thing that I'm unhappy about is that Agamben talks a very particular freedom, which is freedom from interference mainly, and it is only the freedom of those who have little to fear from the virus or are willing to risk being infected. It is not the freedom of vulnerable people or of those who are not vulnerable but live or work with vulnerable individuals. And in my view, focusing on the freedom to move around and meet in person to talk politics disregards the reality of those with already limited mobility, fragile health, care commitments, and those who are most at risk of harm in times of crisis. I mean, in a way, it narrows political concern to include only the healthy, able-bodied, and socially privileged. And I think that's very problematic. So let me briefly conclude by saying that, again, I believe that Agamben has a point when he worries about a permanent extension of the state of exception brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is true that social distancing measures can make political activity more difficult and reduce individual freedom to a certain extent. And so they need a strong justification to be put in place. But I also believe that such justification can be offered by an acknowledgement that we are all vulnerable and some people are more vulnerable than others. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, that all measures are fine. They must be proportionate to the threat, they must be limited in time, they must be transparent, and so on. But there is a justification there if we are willing to find it. So I believe that individuals should remain vigilant about what's happening, and they should hold government agencies accountable for what they do. But we should also take responsibility for our actions and accept that some limitations to our freedom may be necessary to protect others as well as ourselves. So sacrifices may be needed, but they should be less hard to make if they are done in the spirit of solidarity instead of mere self-interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation and for your talk. As before, it's very similar. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand in the Zoom, or if you are on the live stream, you might join the questions through Slido and just using #pandemic. We might give it a few seconds because it takes time we have already 2 questions. So, okay, we'll start with Orwa, and I will giving him now space to talk.
Yeah. Hi, Naomi, thank you for the presentation. It was great. I just have a question about, you speak of a solidaristic approach, and one of the things that I've been thinking about throughout the pandemic is that there's a generalized kind of condition of quarantine and lockdown for the majority of us. And the conditions of quarantine and lockdown are very visible. So you find the rich 1%, etc., enjoying a quarantine life in mansions and in the sun and private islands or whatever. But the majority of us are sitting in one room or two room apartments and unable to even see the sun for large periods of time. What effect do you think that these kind of generalized conditions would have on a solidaristic approach to the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. That's a very good question. So, well, one thing that I haven't focused on, but I believe is important to stress is that, of course, the pandemic and its related restrictive measures have a different impact on different people. So, as you mentioned, there are some people who can spend their time in their mansions, and there are other people who live in very small apartments or rooms. But also think about people who would prefer not to quarantine, not because they don't believe that the virus exists, but because for them it is a problem not to be able to go to work. So I think there are lots of different vulnerabilities in place there. And so when I said that restrictive measures should be justified, of course, I mean that might also mean taking into consideration the fact that quarantine affect different people differently, and that many people can lose their jobs or their livelihood, or they can become unable to pay their rent if they don't go to work. And so they become vulnerable as well. So there's a sense in which we shouldn't only focus on vulnerable people in terms of people who are vulnerable in health because they have health conditions, but vulnerable people in general. So yeah, I agree with you. It completely makes a huge difference where you are and what your conditions are.
Okay, we have a second question from Mehmet. We'll try to unmute him.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much. It was fascinating. I was just wondering, and this is not a really serious question. I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on Agamben's relationship with the people who are protesting against the lockdowns in the USA, for example? It seems like his social heroes are them right now, right? Because they don't want to be locked down. They want messages. They want haircuts. They want to go out. They don't accept the bare life. So would you think that Agamben would agree with those people? And just a follow-up, if I may, from the previous question. I think it's an important question to think about when you are speaking about solidarity. Is a solidarity between the ruling classes and the exploited and the, I don't know, forced to work people who are forced to work? Is a solidarity between them possible? Is it really possible? Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mehmet. So on the first point, I think that Agamben would be sympathetic towards the cause of the people who are protesting in the US because they want to go about their lives as usual. Although, of course, Agamben has a more profound reason as to why we should resist limitations on our freedom. And it's not just about going to restaurants or having a haircut. You kind of talk to other people, you kind of resist the government. And of course, in a situation in which we're in lockdown, protesting itself becomes much more difficult because technically we can't go out in the streets and protest. So that's another thing that we have to be, careful about, because I guess Agamben would say, well, there's no way for us to protest, so we are not able to contest the government, and so the government can do whatever it wants, and we enter into a permanent state of exception. About the second point on solidarity, I don't know. I'm sure you've heard about what Dominic Cummings has done in the UK recently. So you have a government top advisor breaching quarantine rules to do whatever he wants to do. And there's a huge discussion going on here about how that really breaks solidarity between people, because of course it is already more difficult for people who are less fortunate to adhere to norms of social distancing. And then they see that there are some people that in virtue of their privilege can do whatever they want, or at the very least, they can really have a better life. So I think it is really important that to create that kind of solidarity, everyone should be on board. And I also realize that that's difficult. So maybe it's never going to happen that everyone is on board. But thank you. Those were really good questions.
Yeah, we have another question from Orvan.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Mate. And just to the point about Dominic Cummings, in a way, do you think that this kind of blatant and obvious imbalance in power and abuse of power really can contribute to some kind of working class solidarity in a way? I know you mentioned it might not be the best in terms of solidarity towards the pandemic and the general health environment, but when this power is abused and it's very blatant and obvious to everyone, and most people realize that the majority of us are sitting in a place where we don't even have the choice we don't even have the power to be able to abuse it in the first place. Thanks.
Thank you. So yes, I think in a way it can produce that kind of, or it can encourage that kind of solidarity, because then people who have been respecting the lockdown now can say, well, we made sacrifices and you didn't. So what makes you different from us? And you can kind of see yourself as part of a group that respected the rules in opposition to people who didn't. But I think, as some of my co-panelists will be talking about later, the role of the media is also something that we should think about, and also so the way in which these things are presented, and also how the politicians, for instance, are defending Dominic Cummings. So in a way that also breaks solidarity between people of the same social group. But there is a potential there, I agree with that. Thank you.
I see no further questions, so it's also my space to thank you so much for your presentation and for your paper. It was very interesting to read, so I think we can give a round of applause to Nami, and we can continue straight to Dennis and Simon. I will now ask them to turn on their cameras. Perfect. And also unmute you. Okay, so just a brief intro before you start your presentation. Simon is a fourth-year PhD student in philosophy at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And before moving to the US, Simon obtained his bachelor degree in computer science and philosophy in UK and Germany. Simon's current research focuses on issues related to risk and uncertainty in political decision-making. And Dennis is a student at the University of Hamburg, and he studied philosophy and mathematics, focusing on philosophy of science, mathematics, logic, and discrete mathematics. So guys, I think the floor is yours, so you can take it from here, and all the good luck, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Well, thanks everyone for showing up, albeit only virtually, and thanks to the organizers for organizing this conference. We are very glad to be here. So I'll start by just giving a quick overview of what we are going to talk about in the next 10 minutes or so. We'll start by explaining what epidemiological models for COVID-19 are, emphasizing that while they're useful in political decision-making, they are also quite inaccurate in general. We will then argue that it would be desirable if there was an awareness of the kind of epistemic limitations of these models in the public. But unfortunately, for at least two reasons, we are a bit skeptical whether there is such an awareness. First, the uncertainties are not reliably communicated in the media. And second, there is a certain public image of mathematics and maybe science in general, which is an obstacle on the path towards a more enlightened understanding of what these models can really tell us. And we'll conclude by making some suggestions of how we might improve in general on the public dissemination of these kind of scientific findings in the future. Okay, so just to make sure that we are all on the same page, epidemiological models for COVID-19 are scientific tools which predict the spread of the disease in various scenarios. So you can basically ask a model a question, sometimes something like how many people will die of COVID-19 by a particular date in the United States if we go into lockdown or if we don't do anything. And the model will give you some number. So as you might imagine, this is quite useful in policymaking to have these kind of answers from scientific models. And so it's no surprise that they are widely relied upon in policymaking. One prominent example of that is the UK, where modeling results from Imperial College really changed the decision of the government of how to deal with this crisis. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that those models are in general not very accurate if you look at the specific numbers that they forecast. And it's relatively easy to see that they have to be quite inaccurate on average. So first of all, there are many of these models and they make quite different predictions. So it just cannot be true that all of them are very accurate. Many of them have to be quite wrong. And second, predicting these infectious diseases, in particular at very early stages where we don't know crucial parameters like how contagious a disease is, just a very hard problem. While they are in general quite inaccurate in the predictions they make, we want to stress that we think they are nevertheless useful for guiding action of maybe 40,000 to 150,000 in a particular country if you go into lockdown. If you don't do anything, that the spectrum is shifted upwards by a lot. And that's already useful information for policymaking. Nevertheless, we think it would be desirable if the public was aware of the inaccuracy of these models. So here are two reasons why we think that would be desirable. Emphasized, it's not too hard to find some model which will say that your policy is a good idea. So if we let politicians get away with just cherry picking the model that kind of confirms their policy, then that's an issue. They might get away with, taking policies for other reasons and then appearing to be guided by evidence. And just as an aside, the Trump administration has been accused of engaging in that behavior by using a particular model which was fairly optimistic, which predicted a relatively low number of people who would pass away from COVID-19. The second reason why we think it would be desirable if the public was aware of the limits of these models is that if people get overconfident in these predictions, then it's foreseeable that they will also be quite disappointed and maybe start distrusting experts a lot more when they see that the actual numbers turn out to be very different from what they heard the scientists were saying. And we think that a sort of general distrust in experts, while sometimes healthy, can also become dangerous because people might then ignore advice from experts, which makes a lot of sense, like washing your hands, for instance. So why we think it would be desirable if there was awareness of these limitations, we suspect that maybe at least some part of the population might not have the necessary awareness. So just one sort of preliminary thing we looked at was we looked at 30 news articles, and we found that about a third of them just reported a sort of precise estimate of a model without saying that the model maybe also said, there's a very large confidence interval and this prediction is very uncertain. So this is misleading. And it doesn't do a good job of communicating to the public what the epistemic status of these results is. Okay, and with that, I will hand over to Dennis.
Perfect. Could you stop sharing your screen?
Yes. Great. I'm trying to. Okay, I hope that worked.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Can you see the presentations?
please.
Perfect. Okay, and of course there are different parts where one could try to change society. One might argue that we need to change media, but we wanted to focus on mathematics education. And there is a general point we want to make as well, and this is there's an ethical or philosophical component to mathematics education. And Paul Ernest, the founder of the Journal for Philosophy of Mathematics Education, stressed it quite early. And he said the reason for that is while math is a source of good widely, there are problems of collateral damage. And one source of this harmful part of mathematics is our wrong perception of math. So in this quote, he stresses things like that math is difficult, largely masculine, inaccessible, and just for super intelligent beings. And from there, some authority comes. And I mean, some part there's problematic that masculinity is linked to authority is problematic in its own right, but it keeps, we have to observe that we give authority to mathematicians while disengaging people to look at mathematical methods. And implicitly by like being cold, abstract, or ultra-rational, we project normative components there without problematizing modeling decisions, for instance. And we say we need a culture of critical appreciation for mathematical or scientific tools. And just appreciation is problematic as it makes us vulnerable to pseudoscience. And scientists do not have a political mandate, and sometimes they tend to overestimate their realm of expertise. But on the other side, without appreciation, there is a misreading of relativistic philosophical positions in general. So equal airtime for a climate scientist and a change denier is an example. Not all positions are equal, even if we doubt something like absolute truth, but it's often phrased like that in debates. Yeah, and we say there is actually a tradition in mathematics education that could help achieving this, and this is the SGE tradition. And just to start with a little story, we are no historians, so we cannot really tell you much about that, but in the folders of the Entnazifizierung in Germany, denazification, there is a member of the Nationalsozialistische Lehrerbund who was counted as part of the resistance. And the reason for that was not that he threw stones at tanks or something like that. The reason for that was his sharpening of critical judgment in his physics and mathematics education. And I mean, just as a story, this is quite astonishing. And when we look at this, his method, this SGE method, he always said we have to start with a phenomenon. So just look at something in the real world that's interesting. And COVID-19 is such a phenomenon. And his method had always three parts, so SGE, Socratic, generic, and exemplarisch. And Socratic means that he encouraged students to work in groups. So the teacher was just a mentor guiding such groups and is not passing on knowledge to the others. Genetic just means that we follow the context of discovery. So not directly to the result, but looking at the methods to the way there. And exemplarisch just means that we focus on the most important or pressing aspects of a phenomenon. And so we argue that this COVID-19 situation motivates to implement hands-on modeling experiences in high school or in mathematics education. And we say that this is helping to appreciate science, since we see that stuff doesn't come out of thin air, while showing that we cannot blindly trust every number, that there are methodological issues. So somehow our conclusion is that we have to combine tools and research methods with like a humanistic point of view about this, or a philosophy of science view, if you want to phrase it that way. Okay, so it remains to thank you for your attention, and we still have some time for questions.
Yeah, so if you stop sharing your screen, or I can stop it.
Sure, perfect.
Okay. Okay. We have already one question from Alekan. Just give me a sec to find him, and I will give him a space to talk.
Right. Thank you guys for the presentation. I have a question about, there was this media moment, perhaps like at the very beginning, early March or so, and I was following it in the French media, but on television, but it was also other places. There was this modeling moment where the curve became very mediatized. Right? There was the idea of the curve. So I saw a video of a French politician, I think it was the health minister or something, and he went on television and he drew this curve saying, oh, it's going to go up, but then it's going to go down. And what we're trying to do is to try to minimize this curves, to elongate the curve, basically, so that we don't saturate hospitals, etc. And it was very well received in the public because it was a kind of very simple explanation. Did you, as like you have experience in this field, and did you feel like that was a right moment and a great insight, or is this just a simple, like, is it 101, the first thing you know about epidemiological modeling?
So Simon, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start saying a few things. So, I mean, from my perspective, so I've seen this general image of the curve, and the slogan flattening the curve, I think has been sort of widespread in a variety of countries, not only English-speaking countries, by the way. That I agree that this was a sort of pervasive image. And I thought that was actually an example of good science communication, because it was aimed at the general public, right? Everyone should understand that the idea of these policies are to delay how fast people get infected, so that our healthcare systems do not get overwhelmed and sort of people get the disease one after the other. And I thought the way it was communicated was completely appropriate, suggesting that we know exactly how the curve will look in various scenarios. That would have been misleading, but at least in the sort of video clips that I've seen, that had not happened. What was said was, this is the general shape of the curve, and we need to stretch it in a certain way. Yeah.
Anything else to add? Okay. If anybody has a question, feel free to raise your hand. Or we have Noemi, so I will give her a space.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really, really interesting. So you rightly point out that the best way to avoid having a public that is overconfident and uncritical towards epidemiological models is to educate people to critically appreciate scientific inquiry. I was wondering whether you think that would be enough. I mean, after all, people may keep seeing what they want to see in scientific models. So the problem may not be that they are unable to understand these models, but that they tend to interpret them in certain ways. I'm thinking here of confirmation bias and stuff like that. I was wondering if you have a view on this. Thank you.
So maybe I will answer this one and you can add something. You are totally right that this will not solve everything. And but at least like my naive hope would be that these bias, to understand these kind of biases is part of understanding the scientific methods. And maybe this can help if a person is trained to be aware of the biases and always ask whether one of such biases applies. So this would be just a hope that stressing the scientific method could be helpful there, but apparently this is not the whole part of the solution to teach epidemiological modeling. So even not the solution for this very particular question.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah.
Are there any other questions from the Zoom call? Or also, if you are on the live stream, you can ask through Slido and #pandemic. If there are no other questions, I might use the privilege of moderator to ask a question myself. I had one question regarding, especially because now there is a lot of talk about reducing the content in the classes and kind of rather trying to go down and or even incorporate blended learning into our regular learning. So how would you justify kind of adding some other kind of mathematical classes, or whether it can be possible to kind of, for example, incorporate it into classes for all two other subjects?
So maybe I will start. I guess there's a general shift in education and in mathematical education in particular to go away from knowledge to competences. And it's a little fuzzy to grab this exactly. So if this was the question, so I guess we would need to erase some part of the general curriculum and shift more towards this competencies approach. And I guess this is also something that happens like by default when we look into curricula 50, 60 years ago. Memorization was a key topic when, at least in Germany, my parents weren't in Germany then, but those who were needed to memorize lists of facts, and that was something we don't have anymore as we have the internet always there. So the hope is that scientific literacy might have more space as we have less need to know facts because we can look them up.
Yeah, and just as a small addendum to that, one can, of course, ask whether all the things that are currently done in math classes are worth doing. I mean, just to give an example to maybe make this a bit more concrete. Nowadays, it's very common that students learn a particular kind of recipe to calculate something. And then what they do is they apply the recipe over and over again to like word problems where they have to extract the parameters out of the text. But I mean, instead you could say, well, some of the time maybe they are trained, they try to figure out whether actually the recipe is the right recipe for the given problem in the real world, which would be very much the kind of thing that Dennis and I would like to see more in the classroom. So here you could just replace existing content with maybe a slightly different approach.
Okay, we have one more last question from Mehmet, and then we'll move to the next presentation. So Mehmet.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was fascinating. I was just wondering about the feasibility of what you are suggesting, because when you start to add on topics to the curriculum, mathematical curriculum at least, then you will have to teach the students about statistics. I don't know what many examples can be given. You can teach about the finance, economics, and you can teach them about the, I don't know, law maybe. So many aspects of our world are quite complex and hard to understand, and we normally just leave that part to the specialists, and we don't have the opportunity to critically appraise them. So what makes you think, although I'm quite sympathetic to your point, what makes you think that the epidemiological modeling would have the, I don't know, would be one of the first things to add to the curriculum?
So maybe, so as in the question before, maybe we should have stressed more that it's not about getting up to the level of real research models with thousands of parameters that are fine-tuned, but just about getting like a first grasp on these topics. And the other point is, like even in Wagenschein, the man we quoted, there's a phenomenon that even well-educated people are often not able to explain basic phenomena. So a physics major is not able to explain things you can observe every day, like the change of the moon in the different phases. And the other point is that this overstressing of recipes, as Simon stressed, makes children sometimes blind to see what that question is really about. So captain task is one example. You can try if you have a younger sibling or niece or something like that. When you give children a lot of information, like at a ship there are 7 sheep, 8 horses, blah, blah, blah. How old are you? Quite a lot of children are adding all numbers you gave them because they are just so trained to do that without looking for a second what they actually should do.
Yeah, and maybe also a second point to stress is that we think a lot could be achieved by actually not changing too much the content of what is taught, but more the method by which it is taught. So if the method like the SGE method was employed to teach similar content, not very sophisticated content, that might already help students to just appreciate the kind of process that a scientist goes through without necessarily understanding all the detailed considerations that someone who has worked for 20 years in epidemiology will consider.
Thank you so much. I think you all deserve a round of applause. Thank you for your presentation, and we are very happy that you joined our conference, and we are looking forward to reading your full paper. Okay, we will move now to the last presentation of this panel, which is done by Ritlia. I will try to unmute you and ask you to start the video. Perfect. So before you share your screen, I will just give a very brief introduction, and then the floor is yours. Okay, Fritlia is an assistant professor with station at the University Gajah Mada to teach philosophy of memory and trauma studies for MA students. She is also a philosophy blogger with pseudonym Philosophical Pem. You can find her articles on Instagram with a username Philosophical Pem. So floor is yours, and we are gonna go through a paper that is called Processing Traumatic Memories of COVID-19 Pandemic as a Cultural Trauma.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to say hello to everyone, and I hope that you are all in good condition today in this most uncertain time. I'm going to present my paper. Actually, I changed the title itself into Remembering COVID-19 as Cultural Trauma. Cultural trauma is a transformation in the way we remember horrific event in order to have a longer term effect. Actually, this is a concept by Jeffrey C. Alexander, sociologist from Yale University. And something that must be noted on this concept of cultural trauma is that not all traumatic event turns to cultural trauma, but we can make traumatic event like this pandemic into cultural trauma. Even the traumatic event that nowadays considered as cultural trauma that already changed the way people in the world think about the war, like the trauma on Holocaust itself. First, it's not considered, at the very first place, it's not considered as cultural trauma. It's not considered, the Nazis, the Holocaust is not considered as crimes against humanity. It is only considered as Nazi atrocity, war atrocity. So before I'm going more into theoretical explanation about cultural trauma, I'm trying to guess what's on our mind when we have all the news around when we have the World Health Organization finally announced that COVID-19 is a global pandemic. I'm sure that most people, even until today, are curious about medical science development. And also, most of us, including myself, are curious about the history of our global pandemics, the previous pandemics. So I'm trying to find the articles and books about history of our previous pandemics. And what I found from the historical writings, they have a formula like this: how it begins, and how long the pandemic take place, and and then the death tolls, and finally, the historical narrative will be end with who found the vaccine, or how the way to cope with the disease. But I guess from all of that formula in our historical writing about pandemic, I guess that there is something missing. We have not seen everything in full view from those three formula of history. There is one thing missing, and it is about the conflict inside the crisis. Like, some of us or politicians refuse to follow medical experts' instruction. So in order to understand the conflict inside the crisis, we need to imagine like we are driving in the same vehicle, in one large vehicle that suddenly falls into a puddle and gets stuck in it. So the journey must stop. We are told that the only way to get out this unwanted situation is by giving it a push. Together, all of the passengers, but each passenger has different character and not all want to get a push. You know what I mean? Like, you can imagine this situations in our nowadays crisis. And I'm sure that conflict inside crisis happen in all pandemic in history, where some of us want to do quarantine, and some of us have inside the crisis. It matters for me. To make change, because it will help us to get a better view of our nowadays crisis and put it in the history. And then, since we have a better view of our nowadays crisis in history, that all the pandemics had actually conflict inside crisis, so we can draw unceasingly historical line, and we can, from those things, it will help to establish pandemic myth. Why then establishing pandemic myth is important? Because we learn from Benedict and imagined communities that myth can unite a nation. And also we learn from Holocaust trauma that myth also can change our mental state. Same thing, I'm sure, will happen to prepare pandemic. So if the pandemic myth is established, then we will have there will be top-down change versus force from below. And let me paraphrase it as an opening of social arena. So to push innovation and change, to win this rumble, to make a culture that is mental ready for fight the pandemic in the future generations. And in order to make this culture shifting, to make a mental to make people change their mental state, that we need to get ready for the pandemic. We need to, when the pandemic struck, we believe in science and believe in what medical expert had said, that kind of things. So in order to create a culture of trauma, to make this traumatic event transformed into a collective trauma, then we must have to. There are some steps that we need to do. Like the first is claim making. We need to make claim, and as mentioned by Thompson, that the cultural construction of trauma begins with such a claim. And this first step becomes very important, not only as a curtain raiser, but also to prepare a powerful narrative foundation. And in powerful narrative foundation, we need to consider several things. First, we must state the nature of pain, what actually happened to the particular group and to the wider collectivity of which it is part, we must also state that the nature of victim that will help define who are the protagonists and antagonists. If all this time, the history of the pandemic is only to write about human warfare against disease, this point of view needs to be modified. We must also state that in the fight against the virus, we also fight with another humans and their selfishness. Therefore, it would be crystal clear of who becomes the protagonist, while there are some people who block our effort to overcome the worst situation by becoming an antagonist. In the case of COVID-19 pandemic, those who feel pain and become victims are not only those who become patients, physicians, or medical practitioners, the families of patients who died, but are far more extensive. We must see through the conflict between those who follow quarantine procedure and try so hard to keep their body and soul together amid all the pressure with them who are anti-quarantine. We also know that there are a lot of people who are at risk of experiencing domestic violence and mental disorders during quarantine, but they still choose to do so. Their pain should not be erased from history. They might have track records of the bad experiences when doing quarantine on social media or on blog or something. This will help to compile the testimony from the victim to show that mental preparation is needed. Next, we must position the relation of trauma victims to the wider audience, so the wider audience can understand what actually the victims feel. And then the second thing that we must consider is the agent, and the agent must be the carrier groups. I'm borrowing from Max Weber's term. And carrier groups are those who have a big influence on the process of meaning making in the social environment. The important thing to note is that they not only have a large influence, but their position can explain and relate to COVID-19. They can be from elites, from spiritual figures, public figures, and also people who fall into the category of victims of this pandemic. And then third, and the last one, we have Speech Act. The Speech Act, it is actually a theory from J.L. Austin. And then to make a Speech Act effective, we must pay attention to speakers, audience, and situations. If the speakers are determined and they are from carrier groups, then what needs to be considered is who the audiences are. This is important because the speaker must also be able to make a narrative construction that can bring the catharsis effect of the tragedy to the audience who are listening to it. Besides that, the place where we will deliver is also an important element. However, the situation is not just a matter of location, it is also about the right momentum. So I guess if we are considering from all of those kind of elements, we can make we can create a huge solidarity of people to get ready, of our future generations to get ready into to face pandemic if it will happen again in uncertain futures. So yeah, I guess that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I will ask now people in the Zoom, and we have already first question from Mehmet. So if anybody else has a question, raise your hand. Or if you are on the live stream, I will just remind you that you can go to Slido and use #pandemic, and you can ask any questions. And I'm pretty sure we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. So Mehmet, floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, Fidelia. It was really nice to listen to you. Can you maybe just go back to your last slide? What's the one called "What's Behind Trauma"? Is it possible? Or is it, if it's hard?
Yes. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Wait. Okay, this one.
Yeah. So there you say, under the Make Claim and Powerful Narrative Foundation, you have 3 points, right? State the nature of pain, nature of victim, and relating trauma victim to win their audiences. But I was wondering if I somehow think that someone should be held responsible to be able to turn collective trauma into cultural trauma, right? So in the example of the Holocaust, Nazis were to blame. But in this corona crisis, it's not as clear as the Holocaust example who's to blame. Well, if you ask me, the pre-crisis state of things and the ruling classes are to blame, and neoliberalism maybe. But I think it might be a good idea to add a point about the responsible group or responsible structure or whatever. So that wasn't a question, actually, just a comment maybe.
Well, yeah, well, I want to say something about who's to blame. Since my paper is aimed to, the cultural trauma in my paper is aimed to prepare for the next generations, for our next generations to have a better mental state. So I think who's to blame in this, or who is the antagonist? I would say that the people who do not listen to what medical experts say are the antagonist. Yeah, I guess that's.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? If there is nothing, I have one question, and this is more about talking about the cultural drama and maybe its scale, as it is quite different from many, like you mentioned quite a few examples, but very few are like not limited by space that or any specific group, because this pandemic is kind of taking up almost on all of us, and it's kind of creating global drama. If you would consider this, or how it would maybe differ from other traumas, or whether we have any other experience that might be as global as this one.
I'm sorry, my connection is lost. Can you repeat that, Matty?
Yeah, sure. It's about the globality of this trauma, whether there was any maybe other traumatic experience that would be such a huge in scale and kind of such a universal around the globe.
In this pandemic.
Yeah, compared to like examples that you've given.
Okay. So I think that yes, I know it is really a hard task to make this pandemic as a cultural trauma, because there are so many things to because it is absolutely different than the Nazi, absolutely different than any other traumatic event, mostly about wars. But I think that we can take how the people who are in around the globe who are trying to do quarantine, to do quarantine, despite they're fighting their mental state, who actually maybe they do not want to live alone, they do not want to be left alone, they do not want to be stay at home all the time, like it's longer time, but they keep doing it, they keep fighting it, and while on the other side there are also people who are trying to to force some kind of anti-quarantine. So I think if we can compile all of the news about how people against the anti-quarantine, I guess we can write a better history about the pandemic. So when we write a better history with a better formula, and we also provide some kind of some kind of an articles that is not too long to read and not too boring to read on the internet. So I think we can make this kind of change as great as we can turn traumatic event in wars into a cultural trauma? I don't know if it answered your question.
Yes, and I think we have a follow-up, so I will just use it to kind of, you can keep going. That we have a question whether it would be maybe easier to talk about collective experience of trauma, that everyone experience it in their own way, but collectively also. If you can see it, and maybe try to respond.
Yes, will it not be easier to talk about? True.
Yeah, so what do you think?
Okay, so can you show it again? I mean, my connection is not that really good. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, it's just it's building on my question about whether it would not be easier to talk about collective experience of trauma in which everyone experienced it in their own way, but collectively also. And this might be very specific to this pandemic, which is that we are kind of experiencing it all alone in our own way, in our homes or in our places that we got stuck, but we are also kind of experiencing it collectively.
Yes, so you know how to turn some kind of individual experience into collective?
Yes, that's how I understand that question. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that from individual experience, you know, there are a lot of individual experiences, but I'm sure that each of individual experiences, you know, it's not me, it's not myself alone who are feeling lonely or do not want to be left alone at home and far away from my family, like kind of things. So I think it's not only me. There are a lot of people feeling that in this kind of situations, and I think that although it is individual experiences, but since a lot of people experience the same way, then I think we can make it into collective.
Okay, and the last, we have the last two questions. I have one more here and one in Zoom. So then it might seem way too complicated matter to look for a protagonist, but this is not just destroying the solidarity.
Yes, I know. So, solidarity itself, like Naomi already said about vulnerability. I think that vulnerability is also epistemological. People can be vulnerable in a different way. So I think yes, to choose who will be the protagonist, it will be a hard task. I mean, there will be some people who think that, oh my God, I feel pain. I feel this kind of pain. I feel this. But since again, I told you that it is an opening, a social arena. So I think we need to push it to find the best way to prepare a mental state. So in order to find a best way to prepare a mental state for next generation, so we need to clearly find who is the protagonist. I know it will be hard, but I'm sure we can do it.
Okay, and last quick question from Alikan. I think I gave you already permission to speak, so.
Yes, thank you. Peter, thank you. I really appreciate the effort of overcoming the crisis by already pushing it behind in a way, and that made me think of monuments, because some monuments can be a way to really put symbolically a trauma into the collective urban space, and made me think of the Berlin Memorial for the murdered Jews of Europe by Peter Eisenman, and that space is somehow a neutral space where if let's say a kid wanders in it, that kid doesn't really know the past. There's no direct explanation of what the Holocaust was, unless you go underground and reach the gallery. And so I was thinking, what kind of monument would be for this COVID pandemic? And I mean, it's a very open question, right? It's just thinking about it that I think your thinking brings that in a way, and I find that interesting. So imagine a public place having just this one room where you can enter and just to remind us of this time we collectively went through, and something like that about loneliness, right? The trauma of this is based on being isolated, and it could be interesting to have in the middle of a city like a single room, in every city to have a single room where you just enter and sit for a minute to remember these few months, and hopefully they don't last way longer, where we can overcome this or something. Anyway, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Well, about monument itself, I want to give some. I want to share something. What I have read in New York Times, but I forgot the date. But it is. But in those editions of New York Times, it published names of people who died after COVID-19 and what their roles in society, some sort. Yeah, I guess monument is the best idea to turn collective trauma into cultural trauma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will not have time for any more questions, as in around 11 minutes we will be starting the next panel. So I would like to thank you so much for everybody that was present in the first panel. Thankful for very interesting conversations and also questions. And now we will be turning off the
So hello everyone, I would like to welcome you at the second panel. And right now we will be covering, we'll have four speakers and 3 presentations. And the first one will be from Orba Mohammed, and he is MA student from University of London Birkbeck College. And his paper is called Quarantine and Contemplate Revitalizing Vita Completiva. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for the organizing team for organizing the conference. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope everybody is well and safe. So I won't be having a presentation, but hopefully everything will be clear. And if you have any questions, please let me know at the end. So I'll just get right to it. So in the last few years, with the rise of the far right, we've witnessed a resurgence of immunological discourse of otherness. From Donald Trump's othering of Latin American immigrants to the rise of nationalist parties in Europe, the representation of the other as an immunological intruder, think of it as a bacteria or an illness that needs to be eliminated, has been on the rise. It is as if this recent resurgence of immunological discourse foreshadowed the now ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, where we find ourselves facing a virus for which we have no vaccine. The resurgence of othering is indeed a perplexing phenomenon, given the incompatibility of globalization with immunological discourse. Globalization, as we well know, rests on the erasure of borders, boundaries, and limits. Hence, any immune reaction which aims to eliminate the other and thus define the borders of the self is diametrically opposed to the logic of globalization. All of these forms of demarcation aim to eliminate the other. Despite the increasing globalization, has our world not become more and more immunologically organized? The immunological discourse rests on a dialectic of negativity, perceiving the immunological other as a negative intruder and seeking to negate it, as we mentioned. So it is important to here to note that neither negativity nor positivity carry a normative value judgment in my use here, as harm and benefit can result from both. For example, John Baudrillard speaks of the obesity of all our current systems of information, arguing that the generalized communication and surplus of information, in other words, excess positivity, threaten to overwhelm all human defenses. Baudrillard here is assuming that an excess of positivity will provoke an immunological reaction, similar to a negative intruder. While Byung-Chul Han agrees that indeed we live in an age of surplus positivity, he argues that the response to this would be neurological rather than immunological. It would result in exhaustion, depression, and burnout rather than borders, walls, and immune reaction. And he elaborates on this in his book, The Burnout Society, which I would highly recommend. So it seems that both Baudrillard's and Han's interpretations of surplus positivity are equally valid here, as both immunological and neurological reactions manifest today. Perhaps the case of medical professionals responding to the COVID-19 pandemic best exemplifies this intersection. They find themselves in response to an immunological phenomena, and they find themselves under ever-increasing psychological distress and burnout. Baudrillard characterizes the violence of positivity as a viral violence, in the sense that it does not operate head-on, but by contagion, chain reaction, and it aims for us to lose all of our immunities. But unlike excess positivity, biological viruses still provoke immunological reactions, as we well know now. But if we look at the genetic coding of the virus itself, we can see some and draw some parallels. The genetic coding instructs it to reproduce itself over and over. It's simply a stupid self-replicating mechanism. So in that sense, it is essentially a violence of the same, rather than a violence of the other. So today, excess positivity, or the production and reproduction of the same, both biologically and psychologically, overwhelm both our body and mind. While the attack on our biological being, our immune systems, is painfully clear through the ongoing pandemic, the excess positivity we experience mentally is concealed as a form of freedom. Yet this freedom remains compulsive. Because for Han, for example, freedom proper is very closely tied with negativity. One must not only be free to do as they please, but they should also be free from the constraint that the other may exercise. So it's only with the negation of negation that freedom proper can properly be achieved. But in a world that is dominated by excess positivity, we're unable to experience this freedom except compulsively, because we're always seeking achievement and maximum performance. The result of this constant and excess work is auto-exploitation. We're essentially exploiting ourselves. This is where the emphasis we see today and for the past decade or so on entrepreneurship, initiative, and generally the can comes in. We're constantly told that we hold our destinies in our hands, and the phrase most famously heralded by Obama in the 2008 speech at the Democratic National Convention, where he says, "Yes, we can," has become somewhat of a motto for our time. That we're not really given the chance to ask ourselves, should we, or do we want to? In this sense, the modern achievement, go into detail about the distinction due to time constraint, but it's elaborated on in the paper. Arendt herself was a strong advocate of action as the only medium of activity that is practiced between humans without any material intermediary. For her, action is most connected to natality, and thus it embodies the capability of starting something new. But despite our immersion in the Vita Activa, we remain incapable of starting something new. And this is something that Hannah Arendt's account of the Vita Activa can explain. She contends that the modern world has had a reversal of traditional hierarchies between Vita Activa and Vita Contemplativa, or the contemplative life, as well as a reversal within the Vita Activa itself. Traditionally, active life was thought of instrumentally. That is, it's only important insofar as it helps the individual achieve the contemplative life. The reversal Arendt speaks of has not only put the Vita Activa on atop the pyramid, but it abolished the contemplative life altogether. Within the Vita Activa, the reversal has resulted in an elevation of labor, productive labor, to the top of the hierarchy. And this reversal has essentially resulted in a hyperactive modern passive active subject. Its activity carries little to no meaning because it is compulsive. But now in the age of pandemics, we're experiencing a state of impotence. We're unable to do what we want to do. And this stands in contrast to what we previously possessed as positive potency, or the power or ability to do something. Prior to lockdowns and quarantines, not only did we possess the positive potency to perform our daily tasks, but we had a compulsive need for that activity. And perhaps we still possess this compulsive freedom, and we're now faced with impotence. What we lack, however, is negative potency, or the ability not to do, to choose not to do. Nietzsche puts it as the ability not to will. And I believe here we ought to reread Nietzsche's 3 tasks for which educators are important. One of which is learning to see. And he writes, getting your eyes used to calm, to patience, to letting things come to you, postponing judgment. The important aspect of learning to see is the ability to resist stimulus. Perhaps this has never been more relevant than today, as we are continuously bombarded with stimuli. The development of this paradigmatic passive-active subject did not come about abruptly, but was a process in which the subject was simultaneously charged with excess positivity and stripped of negativity, charged with positive potency and stripped of negative potency. It was a process by which the subject lost control of time, and more specifically of the pace at which we spend our time. Since the development of broadcast media, starting with radio, we started to lose control of the pace of consumption. In contrast to print media, radio and television dictate the pace of consumption. If you imagine yourself reading a newspaper or a book, you have the chance or option to pause and perhaps even contemplate. Radio and television, on the other hand, do not offer that chance, as they continuously bombard us with more stimuli and force us into reactions. There's not really much action here as much as reaction. As if this was not enough, the app Blinkist now offers bite-sized audio reading summaries. So it would summarize a book for you, give you bullet points, and then it would read these notes for you. The name of the service itself, derived from blink, implies the fleeting nature of the content and the short attention span it would require. Now, this only goes to show how the development of the internet, mobile devices, and social media has only exacerbated the problem, allowing us access to these external stimuli which we have become addicted to at any time. Now, perhaps I'm being hopeful here, but I hope that in a few years we'll be able to describe the times of COVID in the words of Charles Dickens. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And it might just be both. While medical professionals are placed under unprecedented pressure and stress today, the majority of us sit at home in a state of impotence, unable to continue our compulsive activities. With all the challenges that the current pandemic imposes on us, I believe it also offers us opportunities and potentials to resist, because quarantines and lockdowns represent a rare interruption, a pause, and therefore a chance to begin something new. But the first response of the global economy to such an interruption was to ease work from home. The video conferencing service Zoom, which we are now using, became the law of the land overnight, really. Of course, this is to allow for the continued exchange of goods and services and flows of capital, but it also meant the persistence of compulsive activity and achievement. Not only does this maintain the mechanism of reproduction of the passive-active subject, but it also is an invasion of personal space. And the previous panel perhaps elaborated on this a bit more. Such an intrusion on personal space transforms the home from a personal space into a workspace, blurring the lines between personal and professional. And this puts the subject in an awkward position in which they're not able to let go of productive or active mindset to enter a contemplative one. But many of us are not able to perform our jobs from home. Working from home is somewhat of a privilege in the economic sense, but a curse on the personal level. Those who are left without a job under the pandemic were forced to sit with our own thoughts. After all, there's only so much Netflix one can watch. So at some point we start thinking. And here I believe opportunities start to arise. It starts with transforming our current state of impotence into a state of negative potency. Because in order to be free, one must not only be able to do, but to also choose what to do. Now, perhaps this quarantine, and I'm being very, very hopeful here, can serve as an educator in the Nietzschean sense, teaching us how to see, to let things come to us, to postpone judgment, essentially to engage and revitalize the vita contemplativa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Orva. It was an amazing presentation. Now I'm giving the floor to any spectator. So those of and we are more than Orva will answer your questions or question. I'm gonna give you a few seconds if anyone is interested in asking the director, like Matej did. And I would like to ask you a question, because from your presentation we could hear how you mentioned the compulsive freedom that all of a sudden that we had, but also when we think of our life beforehand, which was full of fear of missing out. Some people suffered from it, and some people were like working really hard. They were worried of the physical exhaustion that their physical health could no longer cope up with it. Do you think that, based on your knowledge and your observations from the people around you, do you think that we will now find the balance after this whole thing ends, or do you think that it will just go back to where it was, or it will be a completely new state?
Thanks for the question. So I think there's a lot of variables here, and my paper or presentation is a little optimistic because, as I said, it's a privilege to be able to withdraw from the market, to withdraw from global capitalism. For a lot of people who are in the worst of situations, this is not an option for them, because if they withdraw from the market, they're able to seize this in a very vulnerable position, because most of them have the worst access to healthcare, etc. So, and practicing it compulsively. But my point was perhaps that the potential is there, and if we find ourselves, if we find ourselves in positions where we're able to utilize this potential, then it is a great opportunity to do so, because such interruptions are rare.
Thank you.
I had a question concerning the nature of that contemplation. It seems like, and I'm totally sympathetic with your points, but it seems like you are hoping a bit too much from individual contemplation. It seems like that there needs to be something more collective, at least, to be able to change the ongoing situation, not the corona pandemic, of course, but that's what you mean, right? By contemplation, we will contemplate and change something in our lives. So yeah, it feels like we need to practice it in a collective way, and that doesn't seem like what's happening right now, right?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I do think the personal or individual and the collective go hand in hand. And this is something I'm working on at the moment, to develop the idea a little further. But if on the individual level we're not able to achieve some kind of contemplative abilities, then as individuals we're stuck in this compulsive kind of freedom. So this paper kind of focused a bit more on the individual side of things, but I do think that because we are in a generalized situation of quarantine, a lot of people are experiencing similar conditions, and the lines on the lines of inequality are being are much clearer now perhaps than they were before, because we have that chance of interruption where we're able to look at things from a distance, from a relative distance, and we're able to see where we fall into this along these inequality lines. So how do we transform this individual contemplation into a collective one is a question that I've also been asking myself, but I do think they go hand in hand.
Thank you very much, Orva. We have just received a question on Slido, which goes very much with the previous question asked by Mehmet on Zoom. Great use of the passive-active subject. Could you address moving from that to individual contemplation towards a collective contemplation and/or action?
Right. So I think something that I've been reading recently might come in handy here, and trying to relate these discussions of active life and contemplative life to class consciousness. And again, there are two aspects to it. If we think of Sartre, Jean-Paul Sartre, and his theory of being in itself and being for itself, and we relate that to what Marx said about a class in itself and a class for itself. And the distinction really is that a class in itself is only defined in relation to, in its relation to the forces of production. But a class for itself is able to realize its interest, is able to take action based on this collective interest. When we were able to realize where we fall into these class lines, basically. And that's more on the collective level. But on the individual level, as I mentioned, Jean-Paul Sartre speaks about the subject in it, being in itself and being for itself. And being in itself is very crudely defined as a relation to the objects in our world. And he characterizes it as a somewhat of an unconscious subject, inert in a way, unable to affect any action into the world. And what I want us to be able to do, or what I hope that we'll be able to do, and again, I do know that I'm being hopeful, is that we can move from a state of being in itself to a state of being for itself, for ourselves really, and see where we can draw these lines between the individual level and can see those similarities between us and others who are stuck in similar conditions of quarantine. Yeah, I hope this answered the question.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation again, and thank you very much for that you came to this conference, submitting your paper. And yeah, now we're going to move on to the next presentation. That is going to be by Lena Jones and Dominic Novosad.
Okay.
Can we hear you guys?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Screen.
So this is Pavlina Jones and Dominic Novosad with their paper, The Responsibility of Americans During the COVID-19 Pandemic. What is the right choice? They are both coming from Bratislava International School of Liberal Arts. Dominic Novosad is a recent graduate, and Pavlina Jones is about to be a graduate in the upcoming weeks. The floor is yours, guys.
Okay, thank you. So my partner and I chose this topic because we, as many others, were intrigued by the situation in America. All around the world, governments have implemented safety measures during the COVID-19 pandemic to halt the spread of the virus and ensure their people's safety. While the United States government has also attempted to apply such measures, it was met with some mixed reactions by the American population. Some Americans obliged to the measures, some protested against them, and others disregarded them entirely. As a possible consequence, the United States holds the highest number of confirmed COVID-19 cases, as well as deaths, compared to other countries who have maintained and followed government safety implementations, such as Slovakia, for example. Bearing this in mind, we specifically wanted to focus on whether or not Americans should be obliged to submit to the protective measures implemented by their government. So by using Jean-Paul Sartre's Being and Nothingness, we first examine how Americans are responsible for their actions during the pandemic. Once that is established, we then move on to Thomas Hobbes' social contract theory to evaluate how individuals of a larger community should approach the pandemic.
Yes, so according to Sartre, people are born into the world with an inescapable responsibility for its existence and all its happenings. This responsibility, namely, comes from the freedom to choose how one wishes to project their being and appearance of the world itself. For Sartre, even suicide is a way of projecting reality as something unworthy of living, and hence it gives affirmation to its existence. So one then becomes a sole author of everything that is happening in the world. The same framework applies when one is faced with particular situation as well. Now, when considering an event that strikes a community of human beings, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, individuals, by living it, chose it to exist and therefore must take a particular stance towards it with bearing full responsibility. In our research, we focused on two ways in which Americans approached the pandemic and explain how they held responsible in these cases. So one example is that Americans claimed their responsibility lies with going to work and making money rather than with the unraveling of the pandemic. And another example was that younger Americans deemed the pandemic as something that does not involve them, and therefore they won't let it in a way of their partying and vacationing. Now, in both of these examples, the choice of the value that is more important was different. As with the first example, people have chosen by their free choice to deem work as more example than the pandemic. And in the second, people try to disregard their involvement totally because as a lot of them said they're young and they cannot get sick, and therefore it doesn't involve them. However, according to Sartre's framework, both of these choices involves only a free perception of how the pandemic appears to oneself, meaning they chose the existence of the pandemic and chose them as being part of it, therefore they bear full responsibility. So choosing work in this case is only a free choice and does not take away responsibility, as there can be no external obligations. Now, with keeping this in mind, we then focus our attention of how Americans should approach a pandemic, considering they are part of a larger community. We deem Hobbes' social contract theory as a possible framework on the basis that United States may be considered a commonwealth where Americans have given up their natural right to everything in order to be governed towards peace. According to Hobbes, that is the best way to ensure self-preservation in accordance with natural law. This law is found out by reason and prescribes that one cannot choose something that is harmful and must always seek peace. Seeking peace here would be seeking peace through living in a commonwealth, and a person must choose this possibility whether anytime it's possible. Now, coronavirus being a serious illness in some cases and also has been known fatalities, the United States government deemed it as a threat to American populations and implemented certain safety measures, such as city lockdowns. On Hobbes' framework, this is completely in line with the end of the Commonwealth, which is self-preservation, because the governing group has full authority to decide what measures shall be taken in order to ensure safety of the population. Regardless, many Americans across the country disagreed with this government's decision and voiced their opinions through protests, saying that the lockdowns are unnecessary and an overreaction. Using Hobbes' ideas, we deem these protests to be both beneficial and harmful to the Commonwealth and the end of the self-preservation of the people. On one hand, the protests were done in a way where they contributed properly to the collective will of United States, and since United States works under representative democracy, it contributed positively to the American civil liberties. However, where the protest we deem harmful is that people gathered in large quantities, and many of them did not keep the safety precautions, such as wearing masks or keeping the safe distance. And in this way, they put themselves and others into danger of contracting and then spreading the virus. And for Hobbes, this would be something as choosing voluntarily and willingly something that can be possibly harmful to oneself, and therefore it goes against natural law, it contradicts reason, and it goes against the end for which the Commonwealth was established.
So to sum it up, through various reasons, the American population has disproved the government's implemented safety measures for the COVID-19 pandemic. On Sartre's reading, we concluded that Americans are free to choose how to approach the pandemic, yet they are still responsible for how the pandemic unfolds despite their external matters, obligations, or even attempted indifference. Then, based on Hobbes' social contract theory, we uncovered at least one possible way in which Americans may approach this pandemic. Since the United States may be considered a commonwealth on Hobbes' definition, Americans should submit to government orders. But the fact of the matter stands that Americans protested against them, which was, as established, in accordance with their commonwealth. However, the ways in which some of these protests were conducted put individuals at risk in contracting and spreading the coronavirus. In this way, protesters have willingly chosen something potentially harmful and went against the natural law of self-preservation. Therefore, we conclude that Americans should oblige to government safety measures, not for the sake of merely following orders, but for remaining in line with the natural law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Now is the floor for everyone who is watching. I'm going to give our audience a few seconds so that we can wait. Yeah, there is a question coming from Orba. So I'm going to unmute him now so they can ask your question, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Alexandra, and thank you, Pavlina and Dominique, for the presentation. It was very interesting, especially in these times in the US and what's happening there. But I do have a question about the point you make with regard to Sartre and how we hold responsibility for the way we respond to the pandemic, or we basically choose how to respond to the pandemic and thus in some ways constitute it. And for a lot of people who aren't really given that choice because of their economic situation, are they really making the choice in the first place, or are they just being put in a situation where there is no choice? It's just you have to go to work and thus give up your health precautions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you for the question. So here I think you're very right that for some people it's really not really a choice and they really have to go to work to satisfy their very basic needs. However, I think Sartre always choose yourself that it's just not worth it, and there's always the radical way of deeming the existence not being worthy of living and suiciding. So in this way, the only way really the obligation is only from yourself, individual choice.
Thank you very much for your answer. I'm going to wait if there's anybody raises their hand. Otherwise, thanking you for your reply. If there's anyone who would like to ask more questions at slido.com with #pandemic, or in here on the call, raise your hand. If there are no questions, I'm going to ask a question as a moderator. How do you perceive with your conclusion the responsibility, also now with the loosening restrictions in some countries around the world?
It's a good question. Let's take Slovakia, for example. I would say that they handled it very well, considering that, I mean, with the what are they called? The face mask, sorry, the face mask. They were required to wear face masks. Police were monitoring where people were going during Easter holidays and such. Mm-hmm. And I think in turn, we've been able to reopen our city more quickly than other places have. And I mean, we're getting very few cases every day. And I think we're probably going to be one of the first cities to return to normal life compared to America. Even though they have returned, it's still, I wouldn't say it's very safe. Mm-hmm. And that they might be facing this for a much longer time than like Slovakia, for example.
Yeah, also I would add that I feel like, especially with the case here in Slovakia, people took the individual responsibility very seriously, and regardless of what the government was saying or whatnot, they were themselves trying to protect others and themselves.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from our audience? Anyone who is watching us live stream can ask a question. If there are no questions, then I would like to thank you for your presentation, and we're going to move to another speaker. So I would like to welcome Caleb Steckel, who is speaking to us from the US. He's coming from the University of North Iowa, and he's a bachelor student there. And he's going to be speaking about alienation at the end of the world. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Yeah, so thanks to you for having me. Today I'm going to be talking about knowledge and capitalism. And I'm going to be arguing that Hegel's master-slave dialectic actually gives us the conceptual tools, the conceptual framework to understand the split, the break between the capitalist subject and their conditions. And that's going to be mainly a problem of knowledge, but anyone that's read the master-slave dialectic also knows that it's going to be a problem of desire as well, and the desire for that knowledge. So let's begin. And again, this is within the terms of a much larger project, my thesis, that's trying to think capitalism in the present moment, the pandemic especially, and neoliberalism within the terms of modernism. So let's get started. The masters of modernism, the state and the economy, are being put to the test to a greater degree than ever before. The triumphant victory of neoliberalism has not simply done away with the state. Rather, the state, which has from its founding been the enforcing body of private asset accumulation, now serves exclusively to enforce the economy's dictums. The political parties of the West are dominated by market realists and deficit hawks, and any presence the left has is mitigated to non-electoral organizing or groups in the US like the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. Quote, "There is no other way, and this teleological absurdity has captured the subject too. Margaret Thatcher did indeed change people's minds." The ideological call now is thus, let the market take it from here. But if there's one thing masters abhor doing, it is having to put the mask on, to act like they know what they're doing. Capital must now prove to us that they are capable managers. Neoliberalism is what they wanted after all. But we, the subject of neoliberalism, want it too. We are self-incurring our tutelage against Kant's wishes. The possibility of a global system of domination is a truly modernist development. We've developed an economic system and a complementary social relation capable of structuring a universal global economy. Capitalism is exemplary for its capacity to gentrify all existing social forms into its fold, leaving no element of society, especially not the mind, out of its reach. As Thatcher said, the economy was a tool for changing the mind, just as artists were, quote, engineers of the mind for Stalin. Whether it be philosophy or lifestyle coaching, few truths do not find their support in market logic. While this may seem a bleak picture, we should be mindful of the utopian kernel within domination, alienation. For Marx, alienation is something that is to be overcome in the worker state, a pesky side effect of capitalism and religion. However, we should ask, where does the initial impulse for freedom from one's conditions emerge? For Hegel, alienation is that which frees the worker from their immediacy, their absorption into the determinations of capitalism. Neoliberal subjects certainly are alienated, and we continue to find consolation in Thatcher's seductive proposal of non-existent society. But in every global crisis, we act as did Marlowe in his search for Kurtz. We go deeper down the Congo of capitalist reason, seeking support in our masters. We still believe in the market. It can really do its job. To ground the struggle against capitalism and modernity in historical terms, we must establish continuity between our present moment and the historical event at the genesis of modernity that so animated Hegel, Haiti. While Hegel's master-slave dialectic has been interpreted in a diverse and manifold literature, Susan Buck-Moore's Hegel, Haiti, and Universal History creates a new referent by which this dialectic must be read, the Haitian Revolution. Buck-Moore's exhaustive historical and philosophical review of Hegel's life and works, especially his life before and just after he published The Phenomenology of Spirit in 1807, reveal a Hegel deeply aware and supportive of radical movements across the world. Of particular interest to Hegel was slavery, its presence both within Europe, but more so in the Caribbean colonies. His Jena lectures of 1801 to 1806 are written alongside his reading of Adam Smith, which inform his critique of bourgeois economy. The Philosophy of Right contains a direct argument in favor both of the slave's absolute right to rebellion and the inherent contradiction of slavery with modern subjectivity. Buck-Moore's novel claim is that for Hegel, Haiti became the first instance of a concrete universality within modernity itself, where the universality and freedom of modern discourse became actual. A truly universal freedom was posited. The structure of European liberalism was negated by the Haitians and a new structure posited, which found its support not in the economy, but in universal humanity as such, regardless of class or skin color. Hegel's development of the master-slave dialectic is an attempt at thinking the logic of the coming into being of this revolutionary subject, a subject which is the product of modernity, but which is at the same time struggling to overcome its concrete expression, i.e. capitalism in the state. Late capitalist subjects, in contrast to the Haitian slaves, know what is wrong with society, and yet we sit comfortably in the phenomenology deals with the understanding, a specific form of thought in which the subject believes appearances and knowledge to be produced through a play of forces external to its thought, distinct from the subject's private inner world of meaning. The inner world of meaning is seen as freedom, outside of the necessity imposed by these external forces, i.e. outside of ideology. The subject posits the relation between the external world of knowledge and its own inner world of meaning as the function of the I, and this is basically what Kant called apperception. The I posits being and knowledge through the categories of thought, which have been determined independent of its interaction with them, so they exist a priori to the subject, and the subject is merely subject to them. This puts the subject in the paradoxical position of the hermeneutic circle. It's explaining its reality through the categories of its thought, but in trying to explain its thought, it is forced to depend on these same external categories. Hegel calls this basic mode of engagement with reality explanation. In the subject's positing of the categories of thought as external to her, she cannot account for how fully determined by them she is, how her very discourse actualizes itself through them. She's trying to grasp categories and knowledge external to her, but her search can only begin and continue through her own assumption of the terms of those categories, i.e. that knowledge must be presupposed as external to the subject for the subject to seek external knowledge as such. It follows that the categories do not exist externally for her without her presupposing this external necessity in the first place. This presupposed externality allows for the fantasy of an internal world of meaning opposed to and outside of ideology. What remains for the subject is to break this opposition, to reconcile herself with the categories of thought which determine her, and to see her own desire reflected in those categories. Or to put it in practical terms, the modern subject must grasp how its own thought, desires, and being are wholly structured and determined by capitalist discourse, and how that discourse fundamentally depends on her desire for its continuation. The beginning of chapter 4, self-consciousness, where this dialectic rests, begins with the subject who believes herself to not be determined by structure, but who exists and speaks through this very structure. The phenomenology up to this point deals with a subject and an object of knowledge external to it, the classic subject-object relationship. However, there was no truth to be found in this relation. The three shapes of consciousness that exist in this relation were overcome by self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, as it will be seen, enacts a cut in both the subject and its object. This split is brought about by a shift in the subject's relation to knowledge. Knowledge is no longer an object, but a notion. Truth and being are no longer objects that a symbolic structure or categories of thought merely attempt to grasp outside of itself, but structure now totally determines truth and being in itself. The notion, as an element of thought, dissolves the externality of the object. The subject now contains truth within her thought. She can reason herself to truth. Appearances and being are now taken to be produced by a discursive world, which the subject exists within. Truth is a matter of the relation between notions, or what Hegel calls life. This symbolic structure, as a chain of signifiers, is now posited in its actuality, and knowledge is determined by the concrete form of life it finds itself within. So now capitalism is posited as determining knowledge. However, we have not overcome the antinomy of the understanding. The subject still approaches knowledge through the presupposition of its internal substantiality, as if being and knowledge existed without the subject's interaction with it. Substance is not yet subject, but merely substance as such, or substance in itself. This is constitutive of it, of grounding it. Thus, the novelty of self-consciousness resides in its capacity to think the split of the object of knowledge and hence the split within itself. This split at first leads the subject to believe that structure in itself contains the cause of itself, this metaphysical presupposed category which structures all other categories. It believes that knowledge is to be found in the diversity of discourse that structures appearances. This is what Lacan would call chasing the string of S2s, the search for truth in the signifiers which have been determined by capitalism a priori. This multiplicity diversity is to develop into a stable, meaningful reality. There must be one category or signifier which structures the whole, and this is the master signifier. The universality of the master signifier resides in its performativity. It acts as if it were capable of taking the place of a metaphysical grounding, a structure. Even though as a signifier, it's already multiple, it's split and cut between all other signifiers. Thus, when the subject assumes that this single signifier can structure reality, the subject is treating the signifier as a subject, a signifier which is somehow in its isolation capable of determining reality. And this is the highest idealism for Hegel. Thus, the presupposition of external knowledge of a self-sufficient structure presupposes an all-knowing signifier, a signifier not cut up in the discursive production which refers back to it, which is signified only in the master's predication. As Kierkegaard might put it, there's a director of this structure, I would like to see him. And I'll just conclude real quickly here. The main thing that ideology doesn't want the subject to do, as Orva was kind of saying, is that it doesn't want you to start questioning its necessity, its determinations, what it says knowledge is, what it says being is, etc. One need only invoke Mark Fisher's capitalist realism here. And this is why Hegel privileges science above all other forms of knowledge. The task of science in its modern usage is not to use the categories transmitted to it by the previous historical epoch, but to take up its terms and interrogate them, to throw them out or redefine them. Science does not accept the existence of a metaphysical grounding. There is no master for modern science. God is dead, so the Romantics would like to say. So in conclusion, if we accept Buck-Morris's argument that the modern subject finds its truth in revolution, and if the subject of modernity is the subject of science, of the scientific revolution, we're justified in arguing that the master-slave dialectic resolutely proves the possibility of reasoning ourselves to freedom beyond the present moment, beyond the now of capitalism. There's an old psychoanalytic joke that will help us understand the relationship between knowledge and freedom. There was a man who was in a mental institution because he thought he was a corn kernel and that a chicken existed, which he hallucinated into existence. And if this chicken saw him, he would eat him. Upon his release from the psych ward, he immediately came sprinting back in after imagining a chicken on the sidewalk. The doctor says, "You know you're not a kernel of corn, so what's to fear?" The patient responded, "Yes, I know, but does the chicken know?" In a similar vein, today's light capitalist subject knows that capitalism can no longer sustain itself, but is too afraid to posit a world beyond capitalism. To us, this capitalist subject, Hegel asks, "You know you're free, so there's nothing to fear in revolution." To which we were...
At Slido. Meanwhile, we're gonna wait for somebody to come up with a question. I'm gonna, again, everybody has found themselves in this situation in the world where there come restrictions and the world is changing now. It very much ties to the speakers that were before you, Orva, and then Pavlina and Dominic. Do you see this disobedience being a result of a shock that took the planet, or do you think that the world will slowly adapt and there will be a new normal, or we will go just back where we were?
Yeah, and I think, the case of the United States is especially interesting here. I follow basically Zizek's lead here. There is no return to some normal that existed before this. The pandemic has eroded so much confidence globally, not just in the US, of those actually in power. In the US, especially with, our horrible healthcare system, our police violence. These things, the fact that we are, as Orva said, we're being forced to kind of subtract ourselves. There's a pause. That in itself, I think, is kind of emancipatory because it's something else. It's just that it doesn't know what it wants yet. It knows that things can't go on the way they are. It knows, capitalism can't continue functioning, but it doesn't, we don't know what we want. And things aren't going to really change until young people especially start positing something that is beyond capitalism.
With the whole global pandemic, we also have seen, because you also mentioned that solidarity has risen in around the world. Is that a way how new outer world will look like? Do you think? How to perceive it from your position or from the US where you are from?
Yeah, no, I think between workers, workers that are working 60-hour weeks and people like CEOs and wealthy billionaires, no one is saying they're essential. Recently, Jeff Bezos was projected to become the first trillionaire, and think of that what you will, but this reemergence, this new emphasis on labor and its necessity in wealth production and just the basic functioning of society, I think is a really important moment that people that do care about labor politics or leftist politics would absolutely be justified in exploiting to the fullest extent. And I can't imagine if something like a general strike were to occur. You know, if essential workers said, no, we're not going to work until you pay us more X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Well, are there any new questions from anyone coming in? There's a question coming in from James Griffith. I'm going to unmute him so that he can ask a question. Hello, James?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Caleb, thanks. That was interesting. I wanted to kind of push you a little bit on what you said at the end of the master-slave dialectic as reasoning beyond the now of capitalism. I think that's how you put it. Could you say a little bit more about what you mean by this beyond now, or the now, however you put it? Partly because, and I'm thinking of this in terms of the question of foresight, since, you know, a lot of the master-slave dialectic, both in Hegel and Marx, is coming out of Aristotle, and Aristotle's position is that the slave by nature is somebody who doesn't have the foresight. What makes a master by nature a master is the ability to know how to execute a plan. And so, you know, as you were talking at the beginning, we still believe in the market, and one of the reasons that we could talk about ways in which the rise of, let's say, Trumpism or far-right politics in other parts of the world have come out of a rejection of expertise, and that expertise always posits itself. The managers of capital always posit themselves, Trump included, as we know what we're doing. We're the ones with the foresight. So what would this dialectic mean in terms of beyond now? Would this be a different kind of foresight?
Right. So at the last section where I talked about science, you are right. The slave doesn't have anything beyond the categories or the notions that the master imposes on them. That's what they're stuck with. And this is just true sort of historically. You know, a subject that's coming into the world only has the signifiers that their worldliness or whatever you want to call it has given them. However, the important thing about science and modernity, especially in the scientific revolution, is that no longer is the structural imposition of knowledge one that says this is the true, this is what works, and this is what we're stuck with. That's still a pre-modern, feudalist understanding of knowledge. But with science and with modernity, we're actually, imposed, as Kant puts it nicely in his What is Enlightenment. There's an imposition that we don't simply accept those terms on their own, on their own preconditions, let's say. So the fact that the slave doesn't have knowledge of a beyond capitalism in the now, but the fact that they don't have that foresight is, in a sense, their own freedom. Because if we are just limited to capitalism, that's the only material that we can scrutinize and analyze. And so just like Marx did, he didn't continue using the terms of classical economics or political economy. He investigated, analyzed those terms on their own merits, and only through that, only by working back to the root logic of capitalism, whether it be profit motive or exchange, use value, exchange value, whatever you want to say, only by working through the terms that capitalism gives us can the slave actually then posit a beyond. And so, there is a proliferation of theories and ideas and concepts that do go beyond capitalism. It's just that the difficult thing for the slave to do is to actually disassociate their desire for capitalism from those very concepts. And that's why things become difficult. So Marx still had a lot of capitalist preconceptions. All kinds of socialist states still operate and operated historically within the terms of capitalism. So that's really the question, I think, for me, is how is it that we can use the terms capitalism gives us to then turn them on themselves and deposit a beyond not determined by those signifiers. Does that make sense?
James, do you want me to unmute you? So can you please raise a hand if you have any further question for Caleb?
Okay, that's how we. No. That addressed it well. Yeah, I mean, I think any other question I have would go on for a little while, so I'm just gonna let it go.
Then, if that's this is
everyone who joined us on YouTube, and also to the participants in the Zoom call. This is our first experts panel. And the idea was that we will make the conference in a spirit of a duality, where the first day was going to be focusing on facing reality. And what the idea was that we are going to reflect upon, since there is the coronavirus that impacted all of us, but not all of us equally. And it's very important to mention that those that were the most vulnerable and the weakest, how they were affected by this virus and how we reacted to them being affected. So to this panel, I want to welcome Dr. Kim Wilson. She's an educator, an organizer, a writer, and an artist. She's the co-host and the producer of a podcast called Beyond Prison. It's about incarceration and prison abolition. Her work focuses on carcerality and communities and pays particular attention to carceral trauma. An abolitionist, she believes that prisons and policing perpetuate violence and deepen existing vulnerabilities for individuals and communities that are targeted for carceral management and control. She has 3 adult children, an amazing daughter who is doing well, and 2 incredible sons that are currently sentenced to life in prison. Kim speaks candidly about her own story and the impact that carceration has had on her family. She uses art as a tool for healing from carceral trauma and teaches others how to cultivate their own creative practice. Kim is also Dr. Wilson is an instructor at the prison education program through the Gallatin School of Individual Study at New York University, a member of Abolition Journal editorial review board, and a past member of the Prison Theory Working Group. Her writings can be found on Shadowproof, Truth Out, and Abolition Journal. And she's appeared as a guest on the Real News with Eddie Conway and Watching the Host on Rust Abolition Radio. And she will be our first speaker today. And just to also start the whole introducing part together, I will also introduce our second speaker who will follow Dr. Wilson. It's Dr. Vašečka. He's a sociologist. His interest focuses on the issues of ethnicity, race, and migration studies, as well as populism, extremism, social movements, and civil society. He's an associate professor at the Bratislava International School of Liberal Arts. And as a visiting scholar, he operated at the New School University in New York, University of London, Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and he was also a scholar in residence at the Oxford University. He's a founder and former director of the Center for Research in Ethnicity and Culture. He's been a consultant for the World Bank and serves as a representative of the Slovak Republic in the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, at the Human Rights Body of the Council of Europe. And lastly, he's also a non-resident research associate at the European Center for Minority Issues and the program director at the Bratislava Policy Institute. So our 2 main topics will be the impact on prisoners and the impact on minorities and ethnic minorities, essentially. So I'll give the words to you now. I think it's your time. Dr. Wilson.
Hi, thank you for having me. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump right into it so that we can stay on time. Early in the pandemic, the hashtag "We're all in this together" became very popular. It was meant to convey the idea that COVID-19 was a great equalizer and that our collective well-being depended on all of us. While that may be partially true, the sentiment rings hollow, and it ignores the many ways that racial capitalism structures vulnerability and disposability. Black, brown, poor, disabled, elderly, trans, undocumented, survivors, and imprisoned human beings did not need a global pandemic to remind us of our precariousness. Nor did we need the moralizing of know-nothing celebrities who urged us from the comfort of their lavish homes to stay inside so that everyone could be safe. What COVID-19 did was to intensify our vulnerability. and to bring our disposability into sharp relief. As the world shut down and many of us were under orders to shelter in place, Black and brown low-wage workers who were struggling to make ends meet before the crisis were left to sort out how they would pay for basic necessities like rent and food without any income, or to risk their lives to continue to work if work was available. Because Black people are overrepresented in the lowest paying sector jobs, and they are usually the first to be fired when there is an economic downturn, the pandemic intensified their vulnerability. Absent a meaningful social safety net, most people would see what was already a bad situation get worse. In the middle of a mass health crisis, those of us with loved ones in prisons were thinking about ways to support and advocate for them, while also attending to our own needs, and in many cases, those of our families and communities. At the same time, many incarcerated people were tapping into their existing networks to raise awareness about the conditions inside of prisons and to demand things like personal protective equipment, cleaning supplies, and a release of vulnerable prisoners. Many of us were already engaged in organizing mutual aid efforts pre-pandemic, and we shifted or expanded those efforts in response to COVID-19. What we understood in those early days is that it's something that we have always known to be true, that the state would not be willing to help us. We would have to help ourselves. My goal today is to highlight the ways that COVID-19 intensifies existing vulnerabilities and has been used to justify the accelerated disposability of prisoners. First, I'd like to briefly sketch out how the idea of crime is used to preserve and expand the carceral state in order to illustrate how racial capitalism structures vulnerability and disposability. Second, I want to share an example of a mutual aid project that grew out of the podcast that I co-host. Finally, I'd like to talk about what happens next. Those who argue that prisons are necessary to the social order and public safety often talk about crime. Crime is discussed in terms of individual behavior, or it is used to scapegoat whole groups of people. There is seldom any discussion of how crime is connected to structures such as capitalism, racism, heteropatriarchy, and so forth. Crime is thought to be both ambiguous, as in there's crime happening out there somewhere, and specific, you could be the victim of a crime. In this way, the idea of crime is used to motivate public policy, and it has spawned whole industries, even as data show that violent crime fell dramatically over the last 30 years. Most of us are aware that Black, brown, poor, and mentally ill people are overrepresented in the criminal punishment system. And these are the groups targeted for increased surveillance, management, and control through policing and incarceration. We live in a society that has agreed that it is okay to exploit vulnerable people and to dispose of them when they are no longer able to produce value. This, in a nutshell, describes the process of racial capitalism. Policing and prisons are the mechanisms and logics used to preserve this arrangement. This is important to understand if you want to make sense of a country that has more than 2.3 million people in prison, including 200,000 people who are serving life sentences, and 50,000 of those are serving life sentences without the possibility of parole, including both of my sons. COVID-19 makes a bad situation worse because those of us that do direct prisoner support and organizing were already fighting an institution that treats our incarcerated loved ones as disposable. The pandemic gave officials added cover to put in place policies that they claim are for public safety, such as lockdowns, putting prisoners in extreme isolation if they became symptomatic, and continuing to move prisoners around to different facilities. A few days ago, there were more than 29,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in state prisons, and just over 1,700 cases in federal prisons. The death toll continues to rise, and so far there have been 414 confirmed deaths in state prisons and 64 in federal prisons. In spite of this, officials have been reluctant to release prisoners, citing concerns over public safety and claiming that they have infectious disease protocols in place and are able to manage this crisis without having to release anyone. I'd like to shift focus now to share an example of the mutual aid project that I was a part of developing in support of prisoners. Part of the work that I do for my sons and on behalf of other incarcerated people is wide-ranging, and it includes everything from advocating for them to get medical treatment, to organizing phone zaps, to working to get people out of prison. Over the years, these strategies have become an important resource that I found myself sharing with them and with other people that have loved ones inside. So I started to write these things down. That document evolved into something that was intended for primarily personal use, to something that I shared on a Beyond Prisons Facebook page, and that immediately sparked a wave of support from many of our listeners who wrote to us to volunteer to help us develop that resource. What we came up with was a short guide, and I have a copy of it here, for supporting prisoners during the COVID-19 crisis. And it includes information on what to do if your person inside gets sick, how to add money on commissary accounts so that people inside can buy food, make phone calls and maintain lines of communication with their loved ones outside, and how to file grievances and track price gouging by prison companies, among other things. The guide has been translated into Spanish. We're working on getting it translated into several other languages as well. It's available in several formats, and it's been printed and distributed inside and shared among organizers outside. Volunteers also helped us to compile a long list of mutual aid projects that are happening around the country, and those are listed on our website. In addition, we collectively came up with a list of 22 demands that call for, among other things, the immediate release of all prisoners. Because prison officials are notorious for withholding crucial information about the conditions inside, we demanded and demand that prisons make their plans public, and we asked that medical units remain fully staffed, including on weekends. We also called for stronger labor and safety protections for prisoners and demanded hazard pay for prisoners working in particularly dangerous circumstances. While our main goal is to get as many people out as we can, we also recognize that not everyone is going to be released. So we crafted many of our demands to protect those that would remain inside. Some of these things include making sure that prisoners would have free access to bleach and personal protective equipment, free commissary, eliminate sick call fees, and that prisons cease to use of pepper spray and other chemical agents that cause breathing complications. Our demands were written as broadly as possible, and we encouraged organizers to create their own targeted lists of demands so that they would reflect the needs of prisoners in their region or state. In the weeks following the publication of the guide, we received many calls and emails from people inside and from loved ones looking for help. When we could provide help directly, we did. We referred those that we couldn't help to other resources, including to organizations with the capacity to meet their needs. The point of sharing this example is to underscore the importance of grassroots organizing, being able to quickly respond to the needs of incarcerated people. Finally, I'd like to share some thoughts on where I think we go from here. And I want to remind people that the crisis is not over, even as the United States has moved to reopen. Prisons are also reopening, which means that prisoners are returning to their prison jobs and in-person visits are resuming. Both of these activities bring prisoners into contact with more people who may be infected and increases their risk of contracting COVID-19. While we were able to secure the release of some prisoners, many states were reluctant to do mass releases, again, citing security concerns. We were also able to force prison phone providers to give free phone calls. But prison phone companies only offered one 5-minute free call once a week, and in most cases stopped offering those several weeks ago. Efforts to secure compassionate release were successful in just a few cases. And even when governors agreed to use their executive powers to release prisoners, most did not follow through. It is important to take stock of these losses as well as the wins because it lets us know, what strategies worked and what we need to improve for the next go around. What COVID-19 has revealed is that Black, brown, and poor people will bear the brunt of punitive policies, and that the state is willing to sacrifice incarcerated people's lives under the guise of concern for public safety. We do not need death camps in our communities to ensure people's safety. The logic of disposability tells us that by stripping prisoners of their humanity, it becomes easier to justify their neglect and mass death because most people will simply not care. In the middle of a global pandemic, the situation is intensified. It has been an emotionally exhausting week for Black people in the United States. And I think it was just last night or this morning, the president has threatened to shoot people who are looting and protesting the police killing of George Floyd, a Black man whose videotaped lynching went viral. We are constantly being reminded of our disposability. What this moment has shown us is that we are not all in this together, that we are not the same. Those of us that do prisoner support and our loved ones inside have always known this, and we have always found ways to organize to save people's lives. How we think about our work in this moment matters a great deal. What are we willing to attend to? How are we showing up for incarcerated people and those impacted by the carceral state? How can we shift our resources to things that are life-affirming? How do we connect our struggles so that we aren't just focusing on our day-to-day survival, but building a world that meets the needs of all of us? These are just some of the questions that I think that we need to take seriously, and I'm going to stop there because I could go on, but I want to make sure we have plenty of time for Q&A later. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I think, yes, now we have time for questions. And first I will ask the audience here in Zoom, if you want to have any questions, please just raise your hand at, or put any sign next to your name so I know you want to ask a question. All right. Okay. Well, then, I will let Dr. Vašečka wait. You're okay. You are not. Yeah. You can speak now. I think yes.
No, I have rather a comment than a question, and I'm puzzled, to hear the stories of your sons and I'm very sorry to hear that within your presentation, and and I of course have various experiences from United States, and honestly speaking, I remember how it came to me very strongly when I was in Ann Arbor at the University of Michigan. And practically every day I was watching the television, and there was a news about some harassment of an Afro-American person or killing of an Afro-American person. Killing was basically every second day, honestly speaking, but harassment was every day. I mean, I swear it was every day. And honestly speaking, remembering my study stay at the New York City in the 90s, what came to my mind was that it's increasing, that the situation in the US is worsening year by year, and the society is becoming more and more violent in this sense, and police is less and less sensitive about needs of minorities and vulnerable groups. So would you like to comment it? What is happening in the US? When you would take it in a long-term perspective, whether am I right that the situation is worsening and the US is heading toward the society which is full of violence and less inclusive?
There we go. Thank you for your comment and your question. I'm not sure what you mean by the society is more violent. I think that if we are talking about the kinds of actions and behaviors that have been coded as criminal, that those things are, have been going down, right? And we have data, and depending on what data you look at, whether you're looking at FBI statistics or you're looking at, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, one says 51% decrease in overall violent crime over the last 30 years, while the other one says 71% decrease in violent crime over the last 30 years. So how we keep statistics is also important, and what gets counted as or coded as crime or criminal is also matters. I think that what we're seeing in terms of, the daily kinds of violence are, and we need to be clear about this, that this is state violence, right? That this is state sanctioned violence, that the incidents of police killing are done by the, or the practice of policing, as Professor Dylan Rodriguez, conceptualizes it, is very much, this kind of daily kind of killing, that this is policing as a practice, that this is what they do, that this is not an isolated incident of police brutality. I mean, in the last couple of weeks, we've had at least 3 that have gone viral. And actually, I take that back, 4 that I know of, because there was the Black trans man that was just killed a few days ago by the police. So this is how the police operates. I don't think that I don't think that there's been necessarily an increase. I think that people are more aware of these kinds of things because of things like social media, because everyone has a phone and we can record these things and these things go viral. And we see that they don't care. They don't care. They don't care that they're being recorded, right? That's not a deterrent. So for people that have been arguing that, police body cameras are going to, increase our safety or help us, remain safe from police violence, we know that that's not true. And that was the big ask right after the killing of Trayvon Martin, right? Was that, everybody jumped on the, let's get police body cameras, right now. That's going to help, stop this problem. What that has shown, and what many of us were arguing even then, was that the body camera footage was going to benefit the police, that they would choose when they would release it, if they released it at all, that it would be doctored, that, they would withhold it or whatever, or use it to basically exonerate the police. So I think there's that. I would connect this globally, and again, we can talk about this, or connect this issue of what's happening in the US in terms of racism to fascism. And that's a global phenomenon that's happening in terms of, an increase of this and a kind of, right-wing ideologies that have, permeated not just the US, but are, we're seeing that shift happening globally. So I think that those things are intertwined, and I think that, it requires, I thought about putting that in here, and, I'm like, but I'm glad you raised it, so thank you. Hopefully that answers your question.
All right, then if I'll ask the rest if there is any question, just raise your hand. And if there isn't, I would actually like to use this very privileged position to ask the question myself. And I recently read an article by Judith Butler, the author of Precarious Life, and she was actually referring to the situation that the ideas of such as herd immunity, present as a solution which inherently show us that there are some lives that are going to be disposable, and if we are in a situation when we are all not equally, but all are affected by it, then those that are most vulnerable become even disposable. And that the idea of a herd immunity will mean that the weakest ones are actually just disposable if we are to survive. And I think this showed something very, very strong also in relation to the prisons, as when I saw sort of videos where prisoners were protesting and they were just posting signs on their cells that please don't leave us behind. And I think that was a very important message that that they are still there, they are still not being heard, and they are in a very tragic position. And so I just wanted to ask, like, did it show that those who are vulnerable in a critical situation become even like more vulnerable, as like very negatively saying, but as disposable even? So I think, yeah, that's also my question, and also why I asked it.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've never thought of people that go to prison as, human beings, right? So people that are sent to prison are thoroughly dehumanized. And that is part of the logic. That's part of what informs all of the tough on crime policies, everything from, 3 strikes to all of the things that we're hearing about today, all of the justifications that are used to maintain and intensify this system and to increase the surveillance and management of people, right? Because it's not just, when we're talking about prison abolition, we're not just talking about getting rid of, the physical spaces, the buildings where we cage people. We're talking about getting rid of the things that are happening in communities, right? The surveillance mechanisms that are being used in communities, like electronic monitoring and things like that are used to track people and their whereabouts, right? So those are part of this overall thing, but we're also talking about eliminating the conditions that make it possible for us to have, this system that we currently have. So I would say that, in terms of vulnerability, we've been very much aware. Prison strike, supporting people inside around eliminating the kinds of horrific conditions that are happening, and the demands of the National Prison Strikers, which was a prisoner-led movement that was supported by organizers on the outside. But to be clear, it was led by prisoners. It was imagined and thought up inside, right? So when you said earlier that people aren't being heard, it's also who we choose to listen to, right? On our podcast, we talk about centering the voices of people that are directly impacted, right? So it's not that these people don't have a voice, is that we're choosing to not listen to them. We're choosing to purposely silence them. And we talk about them as if they're disconnected from the rest of us, disconnected from their communities and what have you. As someone who, works and lives and breathes at the intersections of, academia, prison organizing, and I have the personal experience of having, 2 sons and many other people that I know that, I call loved ones on the inside. I choose to share that story to make it clear to people that this isn't something that's just happening to people somewhere out there, that this is happening to people all around us, right? But we also tend to stigmatize, we tend to silence, we tend to treat prisoners as, something that, as objects, right? As something not human. And that's part of why the problems that we have. COVID-19 basically just highlighted and underscored all of the problems that existed before. All of the things that were happening before just became even more, more intense under this pandemic. At the prisons where my sons are, there were, for weeks and weeks and weeks, we've been asking, not even asking, we were demanding that prison officials distribute things like masks and gloves and, bleach and things like that. And for weeks, they kept saying, no, absolutely not. Giving masks to prisoners doesn't make sense. This is a security threat. We have the safety of the guards that we need to worry about. And it's like the logic there is just so flawed and fucked up that you have to really, step back for a moment and say, wow, this is really breathtaking. Like, you think that somehow you're protecting your guards, right? But the condition of prisoners are the conditions of everybody else, including the people in the community, because the guards have families. They leave the prison, they go home to their families have children or jobs or whatever. And whatever is, those people who are going in and out, they're going to take that, they're going to take the virus out into the community. So we're more concerned with the threat of people entering in and out of prisons than we are of getting, the virus from prisoners themselves, right? So the threat is to the prisoners, not from the prisoners. And that's, a shift in terms of the thinking, but also prisons, have really, to my point in terms of the mask, it took weeks. It took us about, 4 or 5 weeks to go from no one's getting a mask to then all of a sudden I got several calls from prisoners in Delaware saying, oh, we got masks today. And I said, okay, did everyone get masks? No, they were giving masks out to some people on some of the floors, on some tiers. And then eventually everyone in the building got masks, but they gave them one mask, right? And it's like, okay, you can't give people just one disposable mask because that's not how this works. As the officials were also claiming that, they had very good infectious disease control protocols in place. I mean, our question was, how is that possible given that hospitals are struggling, that hospitals could not contain this, that hospitals were struggling to get masks and other PPE? How is it that prisons, who do a generally shitty job of healthcare and anything else, how can they possibly be better positioned than professionals who do this all the time?
Yep. Yes. It's a very tough one. And yeah, we have 2 more questions on Slido, so I'll read them out. They're anonymous, so I'll read the first one. How does the way we treat those who are imprisoned and those who became sick from corona is varied, or how does it differ? Are we alienating them in the same way?
How are we? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
So aren't we? Yeah, it's a weird word, but aren't we alienating them the same way? Those who are in prisons and those who are now being sick from the COVID-19. So essentially, what's the difference, or how are we treating them? And if the difference is essentially isn't that we are just treating them the same way?
I mean, if what I've experienced over the last several months, 3 months now that we've been in this crisis, and I'm counting before it was officially announced that, this was a pandemic, we were anticipating this, that they've been isolating people, and even if they had symptoms, that we did an episode with one of our students who had been arrested and sent to Rikers, and he describes what he had to go through when he thought he had, symptoms of the virus, right? And he had been sent to Rikers Island, right? So before Rikers, he had been taken to several other prisons. So they were moving people around, even if those people were believed to be symptomatic. So they didn't care. Like, this is part of it. They just simply don't care whether people have the symptoms or not. They don't care if other people, other prisoners get infected. To them, it's just like, well, it doesn't matter. That's one less problem that they have to deal with, right? At least that's, what we get from that. In terms of medical staff and things like that, prisons are generally, poor chronic pain conditions for people who have chronic illnesses like diabetes and other things that may have a moment of crisis and, would need to be seen by someone, a medical professional, immediately. We have countless stories, and my sons have, shared with me their own experience from the last 10 years that they've been incarcerated, of watching people die who have not been given medical treatment, right? Having to beg or bang on a cell door, or right, to force the prison to get my son's treatment. That was successful, but I'm also, I have a platform. I'm also very visible. I'm very vocal. They're comfortable and they've consented to having me tell their stories and share their stories. But not everybody has that, right? Not everybody has that. And that makes it really difficult when we don't know what's going on with people. A lot of prisons are putting people in extreme isolation, right, during this time. So people that show up with symptoms of COVID are being removed from their units, and they're being put in solitary confinement, or what we call extreme solitary confinement as well, where they may be getting, doing one temperature check a day, and they're calling that medical treatment, right? Temperature check is, done with the swipe on the forehead with the thermometer, and and that's it. So that's what they're calling, medical treatment. So the treatment is not better. And we've seen, and we have, comrade now in New York who recently tested positive for COVID, and his symptoms have become serious. So there's a lot that's going on, a lot that is happening. There are many actions on the ground where people are, mobilizing and providing support. But the best thing that we can possibly do if we're serious and we care about people is to let them out of prison. Let them out. There's no way for people to socially isolate in prison.
Thank you. And I now read out the last question that I have on Slido right now. And it's asking are there any major differences between private and public prisons in terms of handling the situation of the outbreak of the virus inside the prisons?
Yeah. Well, I want to say, I get this question a lot in terms of, this dichotomy between private and public prisons. All prisons are for profit. Let me repeat that. All prisons are for profit. So it doesn't, or whoever, state-owned prisons or federally operated prisons are also operating for profit. They use prison labor, right, to run. Without prisoners, you cannot run a facility, right? And those prisoners are not getting paid a lot. In some cases, they're not getting paid anything. In other cases, they may be getting paid 25 cents, an hour, 25 cents a day for their labor to produce things that we all use, whether it's desks or, T-shirts or what have you, uniforms for the military or whatever. Prisoners are producing, these goods and providing services as well. It's not just about producing goods. In terms of the differences in care, there were incidents that prisoners at Geo Group that there had been an outbreak and, they were poorly managing that, but that can be said for not, that distinction is not very helpful. It's not useful in terms of trying to understand what the real problem is. The real problem is not that we have private prisons in this country. The real problem is that we have prisons in this country, right? Or in the world, right? So I want to push back and move us beyond, just thinking about, these things in terms of simple dichotomies.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask if there is any more questions in the audience or in the Zoom audience. I currently don't have any on Slido. So if Dr. Vašečka, you're raising your hand. Are you raising your hand for a question, or is it?
No, probably that's the original hand, which I was not able to remove. So you are free to remove my blue hand, please.
I also don't know how to do that. So then if there is no other questions from the audience, I think now we can start the other half of the panel and the other half of the presentations. And then, and at the end, there will be questions for our opportunity to ask questions again from both of you. So that's also included. So if that somebody didn't manage now, then they're free to do so also later. Okay, I'll give the word to Dr. Vašečka.
Yes, the host didn't want to unmute me, so I felt kind of discriminated here, and I will be speaking about discrimination. So it's probably part of the game. So my task is not easy, basically in 20 minutes to say something about how pandemic influenced life of minorities in Slovakia. And it depends very much on how we will define minorities, what we will include into the group generally described as minorities. And let me stress right at the beginning that I would like to approach my task rather practically. So I will be not bringing a theoretical framework during the conference. We heard already, and we will be hearing very interesting concepts that will try to cover it. So I will suffer, to bring some humor. I will suffer by vulgar empiricism, as I learned as a student in the 90s, when you are not really bringing much theory. You are simply suffering by it. Okay, so let me, if I may, let me try to share my screen. Do you see it, all of you? Is it? May I ask Daniel? Is it visible? If it's visible, then let's try to start. I mean, and let me begin by a very simple comment. COVID-19 obviously has had an impact on life of all people in Slovakia. That's absolutely clear. There is hardly anybody who wouldn't have feel that impact. But of course, various groups have been hit very differently. And let me begin by saying that we clearly see it very nicely on employees in Slovakia in general. Those who have well-established short-time work scheme are substantially less likely to be affected by the crisis, obviously. And in Slovakia, in the same way as in many other countries of the European Union, this was a very important part of the game, why our unemployment was not increasing so dramatically as, let's say, in the United States. However, I believe, or I expect that in times when US will be out of the crisis, Slovakia will be still suffering by the consequences of it very much. I mean, impacts are, of course, highly unequal and exacerbate existing inequalities. Workers in alternative work arrangements and in occupation in which only a small share of tasks can be done from home are more likely to have reduced their hours, lost their jobs, and suffered falls in earnings. And this is very much true for Slovakia, equally as for other parts of the world. Since Slovakia have adopted stay-at-home orders, rendering a large segment of the workforce unable to continue doing their jobs, and on purpose, I'm bringing this fantastic caricature from the Czech Republic, which is making fun of stay-at-home orders, which is basically saying we are bringing your latte into your home, which of course is absurd because you cannot do it from home. And these policies have distributional consequences, as workers in some occupations may be better able to continue their work from home, obviously, like me. However, lower wage workers are up to 3 times less likely to be able to work from home than higher wage workers. And this is very much true for most of European Union countries. Those with lower levels of education, younger adults, and minorities, most importantly, are also concentrated in occupations that are less likely to be performed from home. And let me bring you one evidence from the United States, and I'm glad that in the panel I'm with a scholar from United States. Feasibility of working from home by location in the wage distribution, that's the figure 1, you see that those who belong to groups with relatively low wages had very small, that was a relatively small percentage of people who were able to work from home. So during the crisis, either they were losing jobs or they were sentenced, literally sentenced to the jobs with very, very low income. On the figure 3, you already see how race, ethnicity, and of course, education have been influencing feasibility of working from home. And honestly speaking, this is very clear, and I will be looking forward to figures of this kind from Slovakia. I believe that especially in case of, let's say, Roma population in Slovakia, which is, we are talking about 8 to 10% of total population, these figures might be even worse, even less flat as we can see it in case of United States. Speaking about minorities, of course, let me tackle the problems of those who usually we don't consider belonging to minorities. But however, there are various myths. Many people believe that especially pensioners were hit very dramatically by COVID-19 in Slovakia, and I believe that it's not so dramatic. Of course, speaking about the health issues, as we see it on the graph, effect of age on COVID-19 is dramatic. But however, pensions in Slovakia and in many other countries of the European Union are secured by law, and albeit relatively low, pensioners are probably less affected than some of entrepreneurs who basically from one day to another lost their opportunities to run their companies, their jobs, and they lost almost everything. While pensioners with relatively small pensions, which are secured by state, they will have to come probably in slightly better positions than they. So, however, there were decisions of the government that have been perceived as discriminatory against elderly and pensioners in general. And let me explain, those of you who are from Slovakia are perfectly aware of it, but there were hours dedicated for pensioners when they should be actually making their purchases in supermarkets in Slovakia. And they were asked to make their purchases only and exclusively between 9 to 11. During the first phase of the COVID-19 crisis, they were even kicked out of those shops, not allowed to make their purchases. And on top of it, they were very much stigmatized by others. When they appeared outside of these hours, people started to argue with them. So many pensioners felt discriminated against. And of course, this is not a scientific evidence, but I remember how even my mother, who is, of course, over 70, was complaining that people were checking her whether she's pensioner, and basically saying, well, you don't look like a pensioner. And so she had to prove it by showing her ID. So it brought a lot of, as we say in Slovakia, bad blood. Well, and another myth, which is quite striking, is the myth that COVID-19 had a dramatic impact on life of Christians in Slovakia. And of course, I'm using it's quite funny caricature. As you see, it's kind of a Last Supper on Zoom with the Christ and 12 apostles on Zoom. So it's a Zoom with 13 participants. So of course, this is kind of a parody of the life of Christians during the crisis, when obviously the situation was not very pleasant to any religious group. They were not allowed to participate on holy masses. They were not on services. They were impacted. So the cancellation of the worship services, cancellation of pilgrimages, surrounding observances and festivals. Everything was unpleasant, but at the same time, we cannot speak about really discrimination or the fact that Christians would have been hit dramatically. By the way, in case of Slovakia, churches were opened already in the so-called second phase of opening of Slovak economy and society, much earlier than some other businesses, let's say theaters, cinemas, etc., etc. Some of them are not open until now, while services are going on. So, and finally, I'm approaching issue of minorities as we define them. Various minorities were hit by COVID-19 pandemic more than dominant group of Slovak society. And I will go and try to operationalize something about national minorities, marginalized groups, and especially then, thirdly, LGBTI community, which in my view was hit quite dramatically and visibly. And let me remind you, of course, these are banal information, that minority rights, as applying to ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities and indigenous people, are an integral part of international human rights law. And that was not taken into account by many governments, but I believe this was the story of Slovakia as well, unfortunately. So they are basically designed in order to ensure that this specific group, which is eventually in a vulnerable, disadvantaged, or marginalized position in a society, is able to achieve equality, and it's protecting from persecution. Why we are taking care of minority rights? That's pretty obvious, and let me just pick up some of those dimensions that I'm mentioning here to prevent new forms of discrimination. Number 4, that's very important here, because COVID-19 brought exactly what we are talking here about, new forms of discrimination that were not perceived before, and nobody was ready. Nobody was preparing society for those new forms of discrimination. And there are very general guidelines how we should care about minority rights. I will not go through that because Daniel is staring at me already that I'm talking too much. I know. So I will return to these 4 points once I will be speaking about particular groups. So speaking about autochthonous minorities in Slovakia, so-called national minorities as we perceive them, so not migrant minorities, but those who were living on the territory of Slovakia for a long time, and they are recognized as national minorities by state, vast majority of them were not hit dramatically. Of course, people might bring the case of the most numerous and I would even say most important autochthonous minority in Slovakia, Hungarians, who suddenly were not allowed to travel to neighboring Hungary. In Slovakia, which is part of Schengen Treaty for last 13 years. Of course, this was something what Hungarian minority felt as something unpleasant, but again, not discriminatory, because also other inhabitants, other citizens of Slovakia were not able to travel. Otherwise, I don't see really any moments when we can speak about discrimination or some dramatic impact of COVID-19 on autochthonous minorities different than dominant group. Speaking about homeless people, there is even a paradoxical situation here that COVID-19 brought several positive, unexpected impacts. In bigger cities, such as in Bratislava, institutions started to deal with the issue more systematically than before the crisis. Suddenly we learned that there are 4,000 homeless people in Bratislava, and city authorities started to invest more efforts, more money into the issue. So I would even claim, and although this is slight, parliamentary elections, government change took place, and all those projects, programs, policies that were prepared by previous governmental plenipotentiary for Roma communities were rejected were basically thrown out, and it started from the scratch. And as for Roma, I believe that they were discriminated, clearly discriminated, because the aim of quarantine, which was imposed on several communities, Roma communities, especially in Eastern Slovakia, was not to protect minority group, not to protect Roma themselves, but rather to protect majority, or if you want, dominant group from Roma or from Roma settlements. So even the intention was highly problematic, and to prove it, we can discuss it in a discussion. That we have several proofs why we can speak about this bad intention on the side of government, and of course, since Slovakia is a country where Roma are not particularly popular minority, many people, especially in Eastern Slovakia, were clapping, and they were very satisfied that exactly this is the approach of the government. As for LGBTI people, I believe that exactly as you can see from the slide, LGBTI people face legal challenges not experienced by non-LGBTI residents of Slovakia. I mean, this is banality. The biggest problem was connected with the fact that there is no legal recognition of same-sex marriages, unions in Slovakia. Slovak parliament even in 2014 approved a constitutional amendment banning same-sex marriages. And suddenly, during the COVID crisis, since there are various partnership of people of the same sex, either gay or lesbians, who come from various countries, either European Union countries or very often even third countries, the legal position of these people was suddenly basically floating in the air. Some of those people were even deported from Slovakia or asked to leave Slovakia. Some people were not able to reunite their families, precisely because they are not married. Even those who are married outside of Slovakia as a same-sex couples were not recognized as such in Slovakia, so they were not able to reunite, etc., etc. So I believe that both Roma and LGBTI are the best example of it. And let me finalize. I see that Daniel is staring at me. I know that body language. I'm recognizing it already. Let me finalize it by kind of maybe apologizing Slovaks that we ended up in a stage when we are actually speaking about some signs of discrimination of minorities due to COVID-19 crisis. I believe that lack of sensitivity towards needs of minorities during COVID-19 crisis is deeply connected with non-sensitivity about discrimination against various types of minorities in Slovakia in general. Slovaks simply ranks very low among other European countries as far as perception of minority rights, minority needs are concerned. And let me refer to special Eurobarometer 493. Some of my students are well aware of it because I showed it to them. So let me share it with you. These are just few of these figures. In this graph, number one, you see answers of nationals from all European Union countries to the question whether they believe that discrimination against people of other ethnic origin is fairly widespread, fairly rare, or very rare. And in case of Slovakia, you see that Slovakia is basically at the end of this peloton. Only 24% of people believe that it's totally widespread, 62% believe that it's totally rare, which is pretty bizarre, bearing in mind how many groups such as Roma people are in Slovakia, living in Slovakia. And if you compare it with some of Western European countries, Netherlands, France, Belgium, it's almost stunningly different. You know, I mean, generally speaking, we can see how European Union is basically divided into two groups of countries: Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. The next chart is speaking about the same perception based on skin color. As you can see again, so we are talking about, let's say, Black people living in Slovakia. There are some, obviously, but Slovaks, in the same way as some other nationals of Croatia, Bulgaria, Lithuania, Latvia, believe that this is not the case, that there is relatively few discrimination based on skin color. Speaking about Roma, again, Slovakia is scoring relatively very low. Well, of course, there are countries such as Poland, Bulgaria, I'm not mentioning Estonia or Malta, where people are convinced that discrimination doesn't exist. Let me just mention that there are no Roma people in Malta and just 3 families in Estonia. So those figures might be explained by that. But still, countries such as Bulgaria, Poland are scoring equally low. If you compare it with Greece, Sweden, I mean, Greece is a country which is definitely not very open-minded toward Roma, but people are very much aware of discrimination based on the fact that you are Roma. Speaking about sexual orientation, being gay, lesbian, and bisexual, Slovakia is even scoring on the last place. You can see it's stunning that even countries where the status of gay and lesbian LGBTI community is not particularly good, Poland, Hungary, these countries are scoring much better than Slovakia. So Slovaks are, generally speaking, very much convinced that this is not an issue. There is no discrimination against the LGBTI community. Only 25% of people believe so, which is surprisingly low, bearing in mind also the lack of legislation in certain issues. Speaking about ageism, being perceived as too old or too young, but in this case, it's probably much more the case of old. Again, Slovakia is scoring very low among Germany and Luxembourg, but those are countries where these issues are handled, I believe, properly. So again, there is a lack of sensitivity toward these issues. Even if there is a discrimination against elderly or young people, people in Slovakia don't see that. Disability, again, Slovakia at the end, you know, completely different to countries such as France, UK, or Belgium on the other side of the chart. So to conclude, I believe that if there was a problem with consequences, negative consequences of COVID-19 crisis on various minorities in Slovakia, it is very much connected with the lack of sensitivity toward minority issues, toward eventual discrimination of minorities in Slovakia. And in order to prevent that it might eventually repeat itself in the future, there is a simple solution. We must increase our sensitivity about possible discrimination of various groups of people in Slovakia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And just very briefly to my defense, because I received a question what face I'm making. The audience couldn't see my face, only your face and your presentation. So I didn't make any, I was focusing very much, and that's why I might have looked like that. But nonetheless, it's a very important, a very difficult topic to discuss. So I think first I'll let the Zoom audience ask the questions, but if there are none, please raise your hands. But I'm full of questions now, so I'm very happy to be in this panel as well and misuse this position. But of course, anyone who's in the panel or you can use the Slido as well. yeah, there is a question on Slido, and it says, did the COVID-19 create new problems, or rather it made more obvious problems that were already present?
That's an interesting question, and honestly speaking, I'm not sure. You know, I'm not saying it very in an authoritarian way, but I believe that COVID-19 didn't create new problems. It just highlighted and make those problems that were already in Slovakia more visible and more pressing. And let's return to the issue of homeless people. Let's say in case of Bratislava, when I learned that we are talking about most likely 4,000 people in a city which has 500,000 of inhabitants, I believe that that's surprisingly a lot in comparison to some other Central European cities. And bearing in mind how few state, region, or city was investing into positive solutions of the situation of homeless people in last 30 years, I believe that it might actually lead to some you know, positive policies that will be implemented. So it just highlighted the things that were already here. The same with Roma. Nothing surprising happened. Roma were simply treated as potential inseminators of a disease and of a plague, and they were basically surrounded by an army, and it's very questionable whether lawyers in the future will not find you know, even legally all those steps even legally as problematic and unlawful, eventually unconstitutional. You know, I wouldn't be that sure. As a non-lawyer, I wouldn't be sure that it might even end up this way.
Now, there are more questions now. There is one that I also wanted to ask, so I will highlight this one, and it asks about whether the situation of the discrimination of Roma people, or the government's discrimination towards Roma people, got even worse by the crisis, which, yeah, it's an obvious question, but I think more like in what areas or in what way did the government misuse the corona situation, the COVID-19 situation to further this discrimination?
To speak. I mean, the question is very simple, and an answer as well. The government utilized the COVID-19 crisis in various ways, and a new prime minister found himself in a position of a messiah of Slovakia. But as far as the Roma are concerned, they were clearly utilized in order to increase popularity of a prime minister, all together with his good ally, Mr. Polak, who is Roma himself, who is a Slovak European MP, and who is very often using actually language which is typical rather for those who are criticizing Roma, you know, harsh language, which is basically criticizing Roma for not working hard enough, for not being able to get employment, etc., etc. And those are messages that are very much appreciated by dominant Slovak group. So altogether with sending an army to secure the quarantine of Roma settlements, this is clear utilization of the crisis in order to increase the popularity, and it obviously worked. It was appreciated, especially in Eastern Slovakia, where these Roma squatter camps are the most numerous. also due to COVID-19 crisis, there was a very limited discussion about it. So hopefully it will be at least covered by scholars, by students in the future. I hope that at least that will be somehow done later.
The next question is, I think, for both of you, obviously, and both the environments that you discussed and that you talked about. It asks what action should be taken by people or governments after the pandemic to ease the tensions between the majorities and minorities. So you decided who wants to start. I'm not muting anyone again.
I think Dr. Wilson is muted, so she cannot speak. She would love to, but she's, I feel that there is some discrimination on Zoom this time.
I'm not the one muting. I do know. I'm not.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that even if there's a change in leadership in November in this country, that it's really going to shift the problems that exist, the racism and all of the isms that are deeply rooted in our society. I think that that's a much longer term project. I think that what this president has done successfully is that he's aroused the anxieties of white people, especially white people that buy into the racial myths and that of Black people as being more criminal, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think that that's going to change, if someone else gets elected. I don't think that that situation is going to change anytime soon because, you had charts to point out, the kind of what public perception, really has to say about these various issues in Slovakia and other countries. I think that here in the U.S. that, there's a deep denial that there's not just inequality, but that racism exists. And until the US and racist white people become, not just sensitized, but, because I think that we need to require more of people other than just sensitivity to racism or to discrimination, to be actively anti-racist. Is a practice. That's something that you have to do on a daily basis. You have to question not just your verbal speech, but your behavior, your thoughts, the kinds of policies that we put in place. That those things are a much longer term project, and no leader is going to magically change that. And yeah, I mean, I could say more, but I don't want to take up too much time.
Equally, I'm not sure we have proper answers, but the truth is that during the crisis, many political leaders might say, well, what's your problem? We were advocating for unity all the time. We were speaking again and again that we are all equally in this. We rely on each other. So that was basically inclusive. But in countries such as Slovakia, which are not so much sensitive about these issues, as I showed you, minorities, it's very often neglected that minorities might have eventually some needs, some requests that are absolutely legitimate. So basically what we hear from people like Slovak Prime Minister Igor Matović is, we are united in unity. But what we need to hear is that we are united in diversity. Yeah, and this is not really something what we can hear. And so the question, what should change? Well, this is what we should change. We are united in diversity. I mean, at least officially, this is something what is typical for United States. I mean, That's how I perceive US. That unity is stressed, but always in certain diversity, at least officially, which is important because in Slovakia this is not really even official.
From this I also perceive that there was this push for those people like who were in the majority and towards those who were already on the periphery of the society or pushed there. They felt like they are in an even worse situation, but why are they, like there was this taken offense that why are they requiring help? Why are they, why do they want more? And like equally with the Romas or people in prisons in America, I felt like what people wanted, and I can't speak for everyone, but there was a sense of in the majority's ideas that we want to see harsh treatment of those people who are weak and require, but this is a very provocative sentence, but who are weak but require more help from us now when we are also weak. How can they demand more now when we are also weak? And in this sense, I felt like there is an expectation that the governments, and maybe this is more so true for Slovakia, will treat them harshly and even exclude them more in a dramatic way to show that who really matters in this situation.
Yeah, I can add to that. I think, am I, okay, I'm not muted. I was going to say, and I think this is where racial capitalism really helps kind of, inform our thinking about this, because diversity tends to be thought of, as adding value, but not adding value for the benefit of, Black, brown, et cetera, people, but for the benefit of white people. Right. And that's we've seen that case here when you were talking about homelessness, for example, early in the crisis, the response to homelessness in this country was for, I believe it was in Las Vegas, they drew lines in a parking lot to basically space out were homeless and houseless, to keep them 6 feet apart. So that was the hotel, and to let homeless people be in the hotel room and thereby not be on the street, but to light up the room and to light up the rooms in the shape of a heart and to say, oh, wow, we care. Not talk to the media or anything like that, and that they would be forced to work. And if they chose not to work, then they would be fired, right? So it's like, it's all smoke and mirrors, and it's this illusion that we care about essential workers, and we've seen posters and all kinds of things pop up, and we had unbelievable display of military power flying over New York and several other states to thank essential workers. And it's like, we don't want to pay them a living wage, we don't want to pay them to be able to take care of their families and provide elder care and child care and things like that. Instead, we want to show our appreciation through other ways, right? And it's like, people know what it is that they need, right? But we don't trust people that we don't believe count as human. We don't trust them to attend to their needs responsibly. The whole thing around the stimulus checks, probably $800 to $900 per month for both of our sons, right? That's to buy food, that's to buy clothing and other things, necessities, right, that they need, because prisons don't provide those things, right? So it's this idea that, managing people's, especially poor people's finances, right? That poor people are not able to manage their own. That's also part of the problem, right? We don't have a problem with letting Jeff Bezos, spend $500 million to buy a mansion. We look at that and say, oh my God, we should be like Jeff Bezos, right? Like, there's no really deep interrogation of this arrangement outside of academic conferences, right? Outside of certain spaces, activist spaces and what have you, where we do tend to have those, those conversations. So I think that, the problem is huge, and it's going to require a tremendous amount of effort on the part of a lot of people to shift what's currently happening.
Yes. So
I see Professor Goldfarb to raise a blue hand.
Wanted to point that out. So I will unmute and tell me if it's working, or should I ask to start the Matthew? Do I? Okay, yeah. All right. No, wait, again. All right. I think you're, wait just a minute. No, now I unmute, right?
Yeah.
Are you doing it? Okay. Wait.
Hello?
Yeah, okay, now it's right. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm not going to speak at great length now, because I will in a few minutes. But I just wanted to actually respond briefly to Kim Wilson's and Michal Vašečka's comments on the effects of the pandemic on addressing problems of kind of racial, ethnic inequality. I think that the pandemic actually has made these inequalities very, very visible. And you know, in the case of Slovakia, it would seem with very, very negative consequences. That what has been revealed is that you know, the situation of the Roma and their repression, and people unfortunately are not kind of dismayed, but they're applauding. So this is a very, very serious problem, and requires political response. Political response seeking different leadership, and political response of activists to actually work towards that different leadership. But this should not lead to resignation. So critique, I agree with the critique, but I'm concerned about the resignation. I think that what this shows is presents as an opportunity, an opening. I think that I agree and am illuminated by Kim Wilson's account of the situation in the United States. And of course, today is a very, very difficult day to be talking about race and racism in America, because it is being revealed, starting with the killing in Minneapolis, but now with protests, insurrection around the country, that you know, the very, very ugly side of American racism is starkly revealed. I think that her critique of that is something I learned from. But I worry about the resignation. You know, her own action kind of reveals the possibilities of acting, even if not changing things radically, illuminating problems and actually showing possibilities of responding to the problems. And I think that this is especially important in the present moment in the United States. There's no chance that we're going to address these problems now with the present regime that is in power, Trump and Trumpism. I think it's absolutely imperative that we make changes in that leadership, not because the changes themselves would change things, but because they would present opportunities for people such as Kim to actually have a response, have a positive effect. Now, will the long legacies of American racism be changed by a change in administrations in the United States? Surely not. But will the struggle, the long anti-racist struggle, which is also part of American history, will the struggle be able to proceed with some chance of small successes if there is a change? I think the answer is yes. So 3 cheers for the criticism, and only 2 cheers I should say 3 cheers for the criticism and concern about the resignation. And this is the sort of thing that I hope to be addressing in my talk in a little bit.
I'll just say this. If I gave the impression that I was, resigned to the status quo, obviously that is not the impression that I wanted to give. As an abolitionist, we have to believe that the world that we want is one that we can create. What I am not invested in is so much the electoral politics part of it. Which is really where a lot of people are putting much of their energy. In terms of my own experience and where I place my energies, I'm looking at organizing and organizers and the work that we do in communities every single day that are not overseen or attended to not only by white people, but also by politicians and other officials. That work is critical. We are the ones who take care of us. We take care of the people inside a prison and the people in our community when no one else shows up. That's why I talked about the mutual aid project.
Yes.
But that's a hopeful response. And Mariam Kaba reminds us often, and I love to quote her as often as I possibly can, that this moment should not lead us to despair, but should radicalize us, right? So, and this is something that for me, again, as an abolitionist, I take a lot of heart in, and I'm deeply invested in. Something she also reminds us of, and I quote this all the time as well, is that hope is a discipline. Right. So we have to believe that we're going to get rid of prisons, that the situation is going to change. Otherwise, it would just, if everything's just going to remain the same indefinitely, that's not a very hopeful or optimistic thing. That's not something that people are going to want to work for. So if I gave the impression that I was resigned, that was not the takeaway there.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that especially from the outside, looking into America, it may seem that the situation is hopeless. And I think it's actually, we're comrades in struggling for hope, which I think is terribly important, especially in these dark times.
Just for those who didn't know who joined, it was Professor Jeffrey Goldfarb from the New School for Social Research from New York. But I'm deeply honored to even be present at this discussion. It was very engaging, very interesting, and open up many topics that are difficult to talk about and that have to be addressed. And I just wanna thank all the experts and also the late joiner, Professor Goldfarb, for joining, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
floor is yours, and you can start the talk preferably now.
All right. Thank you very much. For those of you who are just joining us at this moment, welcome to the final panel of today, but not the least significant, quite the opposite. First of all, I would like to thank Maika, Matej, Daniel, Alexa for putting on this impressive conference. We were just marveling about the technological prowess of the whole enterprise and the diversity of the people here assembled. It's really quite a feat to be here. Matej has mentioned it this morning. If under normal circumstances we would have the 7th annual Liberal Herald conference at around this period of time, that was not possible this year. So our students stepped to the task and have organized this conference, very current and actual right now. So we are very happy for that. Again, just in terms of instructions, we will be chatting with Professor Jeffrey Goldfarb. Welcome.
My pleasure.
And I will give floor to you in a little bit. I just want to tell everyone that even now and during the talk, you can start asking your questions either on Slido. I believe the link is under the YouTube channel. Or you can even ask here in the chat, and I will find it here. I will use the privilege, as my predecessors have said oftentimes, to introduce Jeffrey Goldfarb at a little bit more than is maybe usual. I want to put this talk in perspective. This conference is kind of is united with what we are doing outside of the conference, either at school, but also in connection with the new school and other institutions. And Jeffrey Goldfarb's presence here is not a coincidence, of course. We have invited him because he in many ways connects these initiatives, and he is very important to the discussions on democracy and kind of creating spaces of resistance in times when democracy is being attacked or challenged or encroached upon. So when you look at his bio online, it just says simply that he's a Michael E. Gellert Professor of Sociology at New School for Social Research, but of course he's a lot more than a professor, and New School is a lot more than just a school. The New School for Social Research is quite an old institution, at least for our standards. It was a refuge and a home to the people who were fleeing from Nazism and fascism from European countries between the two world wars. It's been greatly influenced by this experience, both in terms of its faculty, of course, and in terms of its teaching. It was really a central institution to the thought on democracy and struggle for democracy. And Jeffrey Goldfarb is the beating heart of that institution. I don't want to date you. You have been there for a few decades, but suffice it to be said that he has rubbed shoulders with that initial generation of scholars. He has been there during the 1980s when democracy seminars came to Central and Eastern Europe, and they are being brought back now because unfortunately the time is such that they again are very relevant and important to our reality. And I am reminded of we were just speaking about South Africa during the break, during our coffee break. I'm reminded of Albie Sachs, who's a constitutional judge who is and was an anti-apartheid activist who has lost his right arm and an eye to a car bomb for his activities against the apartheid. And he's one of the founders of the Constitutional Court, one of the authors of the Bill of Rights of the South African Constitution. And he said that if you firmly believe in justice and a just society, you cannot just be a judge or a scholar. You have to be an activist judge. Essentially, even if transition to democracy technically ends, the transformation of a society and the quest at a just society never ends. It's a constant renewal, constant approaching towards justice. So to me, Jeffrey is exactly an epitome of such an activist scholar, because his focus is on concerted political action, on creation and sustenance of free spaces, again, for decades, and the politics of small things, as he calls it, and as we will be discussing today, seeing the great complexities of life, not the black and white, single stories, looking for the compromise and interaction in between, and all of those are stances that do require involvement and action, that require stepping outside of the bounds of academia and really into the realm of civil society. And it's also within this spirit that he was the founder of the public seminars and within them democracy seminars that really have been, can speak from personal experience, they have been really central and important for the free spaces that were created during the opposition to the communist regime, especially towards the end of the communist regime. And his writing is really interwoven with these themes, with these topics, particularly the book, The Politics of Small Things, which I highly recommend to all of you, which I think best summarizes Jeffrey's kind of a philosophy, approaches to life and politics, but also reinventing political culture. The later book, I think we will touch on some of the themes from that book as well. And I highly recommend also the series within the public seminar series, which are posted on the New School's website. It's easy if you just Google Jeffrey Goldfarb and public seminar, they will be right there. And especially the series Gray is beautiful. But anyway, I think this belief in the necessity to find capacity to talk to each other, despite the dividing lines between us, is particularly important today in this day and age, as we think about spaces for resistance, spaces for democracy. And the questions that we are posing in this conference revolve around the affronts at liberal democracy in the world, including United States, which is kind of muddling its way through the pandemic into the presidential elections with all of its obstacles and challenges. And the way the United States will be able to handle this crisis and that election is of crucial importance to all of us, again, because whatever happens in the United States reverberates around the globe and impacts the atmosphere and what happens in our countries as well. And the alternatives that we will be able to come up with to resist these encroachments will also be decisive for the nature of liberal democracy everywhere. So in a small cube, that's what I wanted to say. That's why I feel it is particularly important that we have Jeffrey Goldfarb and with us here in particular. And I thank you very much that you have found the time to be here with us. I know you're enjoying your sabbatical, so it's no small gift of you to us, gift of your time. And Jeffrey Goldfarb will talk to us today about the politics of small things before, during, and after pandemic. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dagmar. I am humbled by the introduction that you just gave me. To be in any way compared with Oliver Sacks is it is an incredible honor. So thank you. My work in no way comes up to the work that he did. That said, and I'm tempted with the introduction you just gave to just have a conversation about the introduction and work on those themes.
Oh, we'll get there.
but I will give a formal presentation, which I'm hoping will not take much more than 20 minutes. Just as a highlight of where I'm going, the talk is a response to two pandemics, the pandemic of COVID-19 and the pandemic of global autocracy. Another introductory comment, I have a subtitle which will be meaningful to Americans, but perhaps not to people outside the United States. The title is From the Kitchen Table to the Kitchen Cabinet, and I'll kind of illuminate what that means towards the end of my talk. So the talk is, in it, I'm going to try to draw upon my experiences in East Central Europe, with the struggles for democracy, and the lessons I learned from those that work, and consider how a lesson I drew from that work as I was confronting the tragedy of September 11th, 2001, and apply to now this the circumstance of the dual pandemic of COVID-19 and global autocracy. So between 1973 and 1989, I intensively studied public life behind the so-called Iron Curtain. I researched and wrote my dissertation on student theater in Poland. In the late 1970s and 80s, I observed the emergence of autonomous cultural and political life and the development of a democratic opposition there in Poland and among its neighbors. And I witnessed and supported, in modest ways, Solidarność, both above and underground. After 1989, I reported on the pursuit of democracy around the former Soviet bloc. That included a trip around the old bloc in which I met and spoke to Dagmar's father. Years later, I wrote a book, The Politics of Small Things, already mentioned, about the major lesson that I drew from that earlier work, as I was trying to understand the tragedies of the terrorist attack of September 11th, 2001, and their aftermath. The lesson started with a tight focus in the first chapter entitled Theorizing the Kitchen Table and Beyond. Today, I would like to update that chapter, applying it to the pursuit of democracy in the time of pandemic, working with the proposition drawn from Hannah Arendt that the means of politics constitute the ends. Even in the darkest days of communism, friends and family would gather in the most private places, the kitchen table, and would speak to each other with mutual regard and report on the latest events, trying to make sense of them and figuring out how to proceed. They together would read between the lines of the official press and party declarations and develop among themselves a common sense, and then act accordingly. Note the irony. I'm maintaining in the intimate space around the kitchen table, there was free, open, indeed public interaction among participants. This type of action was strikingly absent in official meetings, in the press, on television, and in public gatherings of all sorts. Following the observation, the long history of the rise and fall of Soviet totalitarianism can be understood. Totalitarianism developed with the destruction of public life. Totalitarianism was dismantled step by step as the zones of free public interaction expanded and a free politics again became possible. From zones of relatively public autonomy among the arts and sciences, think of Czechoslovak, Hungarian, and Polish film, to unofficial, informal seminars and labor agitation and unofficial unions. I observed this expansion as I studied student theater and sat around many tables in the 1970s. As I noted the emergence of the democratic opposition in alternative publishing and political agitation later that decade, and then the open consolidation of all this with the creation of Solidaristic in 1980. The sequence had echoes throughout the Soviet bloc, for example, in Charter 77, while the collapse of the Soviet Empire had its geopolitical and economic causes. I'm thus maintaining, there was a less visible dimension, the expansion of free public life. This life is important in sustaining democratic activity under diverse political conditions, including the conditions we are now living in. Here, where I sit in New York City, there, where this conference has been organized in Bratislava, and everywhere else where we in this conference find ourselves as the pandemic and its consequences rage, affecting us all. With the simultaneous rise of authoritarianism and the COVID-19 pandemic, democracy and the free public life upon which it is based is being challenged. How the challenge is addressed will constitute, in my judgment, what follows from the pandemic. I'll explain with focus on the situation in my country, and then consider its broader implications. America's biggest immediate problem, in my judgment, is Donald Trump. The way he has campaigned and governed before the pandemic, how he has extended his approach during the pandemic, threatened democracy in America and beyond, as it has made our experience of COVID-19 virus more devastating. I'll remind you that I'm speaking from what has been the epicenter of the disease. The worst seems to be behind us, but it's been very bad. American chauvinism has taken a very dark turn. USA, America is number one. That is in deaths and number of cases, along with the now nakedly visible injustices of American society, with gross socioeconomic inequality, racism, now tragically visible in Minneapolis and other American cities, rampant individualism, and the disregard for the public good, specifically the public health. All my experience, and personal and professional, tells me that we can and will likely get out of this most dismal of situations. The pandemic will end, and there are good reasons to believe that Trump and Trumpism will be defeated, though this is far from certain. I think we should pay attention to what I call the politics of small things to understand where the decisive action is. There are two dimensions of this politics, that of small gestures and small groups, constituting potential change within societal contexts. The broad context is the fractured society that America has become. Americans are politically polarized. Our life circumstances and chances are predictable by our zip codes, where we live. And we know little about those who live beyond, outside our zones. We know about the larger world through media, but we consume media within information bubbles, defined by media preferences, our own preferences, solidified by algorithms. There is a red America and a blue America, and they rarely meet. And it gets more precise than that. There is a populist America, an evangelical Christian America, a progressive America, a college-educated America, a Generation X, Millennial, and Boomer America, a Black and white America. And this intensifies as we social distance during the pandemic. The specific context that we're struggling in is the atomization of this society as we are confined to our homes and connecting primarily through electronic media. The political game then is to amass majority support in this atomized context. It comes down to a struggle between the energized populist force of Donald Trump and a potentially united front working against him and his enablers. The battle is observable on the one hand in Trump's presentation of self in American political life. Sociologists note the allusion to Irving Goffman, upon which Eileen, in this analysis. Trump's, in his tweets, rallies, and press briefings, is energizing this populist force. On the other hand, on the other side, there is a potentially powerful opposing gestures expressed in mediated social group interactions among those who oppose Trump. He was elected, has governed, and seeks re-election with the support of a minority fraction of American society, his so-called base. While he had the support of the conventional constituency of the Republican Party, what brought Trump his electoral college victory, and what made him strikingly different from all previous presidential candidates, was his overt anti-intellectual, sexist, xenophobic, and racist rage and resentment. I'm not saying that racism, xenophobia, anti-intellectualism was absent previously in the United States, far from it. But it's the explicit, overt nature of his expression, and its rage and resentment, and the way it feeds his limitless narcissism and inflames his enthusiastic supporters is something very, very different. Their rage and resentment are key to his power. The passion matters. For those who embrace Trump's imagination as their own, his response to the pandemic is superb, despite the data that suggests that this is not the case. He appears as a strong leader, protecting America with walls, border fortifications, bans on visitors from China and Europe, and the suspension of all immigration. Trump's supporters see that he has been tough from the beginning and continues to fight the good fight as he wages war against his and their imagined enemies, foreign and domestic, along with the invisible enemy, the virus. Trump has a distinctive ability to substitute his imagination of the way the world works to the way it actually works. He and his followers define this situation as real, and it is real in its consequences for them, as the Thomas theorem stipulates, again, a reference for sociologists. They are together constituting a reality through their collective imaginations, sharing a coherent definition. Trump expresses support for his core as he fights those who denigrate him. He and they ignore the complexities of the pandemic as he uses the pandemic to act more autocratically, giving pardons to confessed cronies, firing official government watchdogs, conflating his personal interest with the public good. Those outside this interactive circle, those who are concerned about public health and the health of our democracy, are a clear majority. We watch the Trump performances and are outraged, bewildered, and frightened. Instead of facing the pandemic and addressing it, he is using it to promote himself as our friends, family, and neighbors get sick and die and languish in prisons. As the rest of the world suffers, he demonizes China and attacks the World Health Organization. Trump's theatrics have enthusiastic but limited support. His approval ratings have never reached 50%. There is a broad disapproval of the way he's handling the pandemic, which is clearly the major issues of the upcoming election. Polling consistently indicates the majority of Americans are against him. Yet, in order to defeat Trump and his party, those who oppose them must unite. Difficult in any circumstances given the fractures of American society, but especially difficult as we are socially distancing. The turnout of his opponents, left, right, and center, will decide. The moderate and the progressive factions of the Democratic Party, the old and the young, African Americans, white Americans, Native Americans, Asian and Latino Americans, women and men, and those who would work at home during the pandemic, and those who have lost their jobs or have risked their lives to make a living, all must come out and vote in great numbers. I want to add a point that I think that is the major class division in the United States. Those of us who can work at home and still earn a living. And those of us who've lost our jobs can't work at home, or can work at home only at the cost of seriously risking their lives. This is, the tragedy that class conflict in America has taken during this pandemic. Among leaders, there are positive signs of a united opposition. Biden and his primary opponents are working together, expressing the necessary small gestures and acting together in small groups. He has gone through the rituals of honoring the value of his opponents and the importance of their campaigns, and has set up the conditions for them to rally around him and a common platform. His Democratic opponents have gone through the rituals of accepting defeat while maintaining their dignity. They have expressed their support for the Democratic outcome of the primary elections, even as these have been cut short by the pandemic. Whether Trump will accept election defeat is another matter, a very, very serious other matter. Policy advisors and experts who had worked for Sanders and Warren, Biden's primary progressive opponents, are playing a significant role in planning a bold agenda for the political future, including political task force that address the problems of healthcare, climate change, criminal justice reform, the economy, education, and immigration. Yet, uniting the opposition goes beyond issues. Those who potentially could make up a united opposition must feel inspired to work with each other across the fractures of American society and politics. Commitment must rival that of Donald Trump's. Commitment such as that, as Donald Trump's is a part of his opponents, is actually pressingly needed. The way the Democrats and Biden express their opposition to Trump and the Trumpists thus is crucial. The way they do it, as they develop a kind of personality cult around Trump, and they demonize the foreign as the cause of our problems, we have to express mutual regard for each other with our differences, showing we can work together in common cause. The politics of small things, of gestures and small groups, made visible through media, I believe, matter. As a sociologist, I note that what we're seeing is a kind of Durkheimian battle between the power of the rituals of organic society, solidarity, versus the power of rituals of mechanical solidarity. Although it is not certain that the coming together of the opposition leadership is yielding a fully engaged, diverse electorate, there are some positive, I would say, small signs. Biden's great strength is in what we Americans call retail politics, as he has campaigned and as he has governed. In face-to-face meetings as a senator and a campaigner, also as a vice president, he's warm, understanding, and persuasive. He's experienced and empathetic. He gets things done. He can forge compromise with his opponents. His interpersonal gestures that reveal his experience and empathy need now to be broadly communicated, as does his ability to move colleagues in small groups who don't agree on all issues to work together on the pressing ones. That is the ability that comes out of his experience as senator and vice president. Thus, my conclusion is revealed in the perhaps strange subtitle of this lecture, From the Kitchen Table to the Kitchen Cabinet. The term kitchen cabinet in American history has its origins in the presidency of Andrew Jackson in the 1830s. Presidents ever since have had kitchen cabinets. The term refers to the president's more intimate, trusted advisors as alternatives to the official cabinet. The cabinet being made up of the leaders of the various departments and agencies approved by Congress. Biden is now, in effect, creating a kitchen cabinet before he has been elected. He's crafting focus groups of advisors to shape his plans for his presidency, as he is consulting with Democratic governors from around the country who have been dramatically and effectively responding to the pandemic in rational and highly popular ways. And he has been considering possible running mates as vice president. The crafting, consulting, and considering are the stuff of democratic as opposed to autocratic governance. Last month, I argued in a post on Public Seminar that expanding the visibility of these activities, showing them off, should become a key feature of the Biden campaign, as he can't go out and electioneer in the traditional fashion. He should reveal in regularly scheduled online events that are promoted on national and local television how a Democratic leader draws upon the talents and expertise of those around them and governs. This would be a way to illuminate the Democratic alternative to Trump's autocracy, what I think of as the expressive antidote to the Trumpist virus. I'm pleased to see that this is happening. As the task in the days of communism was to expand the life around the kitchen table to broader and broader social circles, the task for defeating Trump is to publicize through all available media the interactive making of alternatives to Trump. Biden and his kitchen cabinet are acting democratically now, revealing what a post-Trump return to democracy would be. I should add, it's a return to democracy, which means also a return to the unfinished business of democracy, including the tragic history of American racism, which is so much on our mind this week. Last week, I took part in a conference of the Democracy Seminar, which I call a worldwide committee of democratic correspondence. We reported on, analyzed and discussed the struggle for democracy during the pandemic with contributions from and on Hungary, Poland, Romania, Turkey, China, Brazil, and Slovakia, as well as the United States. Important similarities and differences were identified. We noticed two major themes in our contributions, one notable agreement, and I made one major practical observation. The themes: the comparative study of the distinctive form of autocracy, or as some of the correspondents preferred, right-wing populism. And the second theme, the comparative, historical, and sociological study of the cracks in the new emerging forms of repressive orders provide. I had a concluding observation revealed in the American case, but confirmed in the investigations of my colleagues around the world. The pernicious conditions of the new autocracy can only be opposed, the pernicious coalitions of the new autocracy can only be successfully opposed with alternative coalitions, empowered by shared democratic commitments, with differences on many policy details, but also with expressions of mutual respect among those who share these commitments and respect these differences, understanding that the differences are to be the topics of democratic contestation. There needs to be policy compromises, but there also needs to be broad expressions of mutual respect with a commitment to democracy. I believe that such a coalition is now being formed in the United States, and judging from my Democracy Seminar colleagues, can be fought for elsewhere so that the pandemic of authoritarianism can be combated as we fight against the pandemic of coronavirus 19. The way we fight, creating and revealing kitchen cabinets across fractures, makes it possible, I believe, not only for healthier bodies, but also a healthier body politic after the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. you put many topics on the table for the discussion, even if you primarily discussed the events or the processes going on in the United States, what you discuss or the way you discuss it is deeply relevant to all of us and to our own realities in our own countries. So there's a lot to unpack and a lot to address, and we do have ample time for discussion. Again, just a reminder, people who are on Zoom, you can either type a question in the chat, I will find it there, or you can raise your hand. I'm not sure if I know how to do it, but I think you do. And you can, of course, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can ask the question through Slido application, and we will find it there. But let me start, if I may. You are describing or you have identified one of the trends that we found in common, and that's our study of the rise of autocracy or right-wing populism. Now, if you think about the power that is vested in the politics of small things, in that type of resistance, in that type of civil action, does it stand a chance vis-a-vis autocrats, vis-a-vis oligarchs, vis-a-vis that type of power that grabs institutions that might even be seeking to reform institutions? We see the decline in democracy, in institutionalized democracy all over the world. We see Trump threatening the legitimacy of the elections by questioning the mail-in ballots, for example, threatening censorship of social media, etc. We see Bolsonaro, who is militarizing a government essentially, and his supporters are ecstatic essentially of this approach. We see Orban encroaching on judiciary, media, etc., etc. Is it sufficient to fight a clean fight? Can we win through a clean fight?
Well, I'll start with the last move you made. I think that if we don't engage in a clean fight, our victory won't be clean, and we probably will perpetuate the evil that we are struggling against. So I think that that's that's something to consider. Now, I know that my presentation had a kind of optimistic quality to it. And I don't. I think that I fear that maybe I'm, as often happens, I'm being misunderstood. I see a possibility of an alternative. I'm not arguing that it's probable, but actually to see that possibility is to have established the necessary conditions of hope that enables action. At the end of the last session, Kim Wilson and I had a brief exchange, and I think we actually agree with each other on that. Mm-hmm. Now, so that's a warning against a Pollyanna point of account of the situation we're in. I also, as far as the probabilities go, I think that the probabilities that we will overturn Trump are relatively good. I'm not sure that how good the probabilities are of overturning Trumpism and all that is kind of negative in the American political tradition. And I think I think I would lay different odds in Hungary and Brazil. Especially in Hungary, I think Orban is doing a remarkable job of solidifying his autocratic power. an efficient job. I think one of the distinctions between Orban and Trump is that Orban is actually a professional politician and more able to, and a professional autocrat, and more able to solidify his autocracy, efficiently solidify his autocracy. That said, as far as probabilities go, I think that the long-term positive consequences of the politics of small things are no less steep, are no more steep now than the kind of politics of small things that I observed in Central Europe in the 1970s and 80s. In the 1970s and 80s, my friends were up against an empire, an alternative world system. And the idea that it was going to change, I mean, we have to kind of remember it collapsed. But on the other hand, until the very moment before it collapsed, it seemed as solid as can be. And that it would melt into air, as happened, seemed highly improbable. So that's a kind of caution against excessive pessimism. Now, when I published the Politics of Small Things, people criticized me to some extent, or raised concerns to some extent, that I was giving too much emphasis on grassroots actions, on on the actions in everyday life, and not paying enough attention to institutions. Today, I actually made the argument for the politics of small things within the large institutional structure of American politics. So that this type of action, the action of small groups, is important. If advisors to Bernie Sanders are now working with advisors to Joe Biden and coming up with programs on the pressing issues of the day. And I think it's actually quite likely that an awful lot of Sanders programs are going to be realized because of what happens between the advisors. And then I want this to be visible, but I also want to be visible the agitation that Kim is involved in struggling for justice in prisons, or for ending prisons. You know, I think that the texture of political struggle has to take into account these types of actions. And if we don't pay attention to the small details, what looks like structures look like they're actually much more solid than they much less solid than they appear.
Well, as you know, I'm fully on board with your approach, but I have to play a little bit of
Sure.
But I see we already have some questions coming in. I have many of my own, but I will come back to them. Thank you for turning on your video, Michal. It's much nicer to also see the participants. But
he's still muted, I see.
He's still muted, but go ahead. I don't know how to unmute you. There you go.
Oh, great. I'm in. Jeff, thank you very much. And I must say that you reminded me of seminars that I had a chance to follow and participate on in 1994 in Krakow during the summer school of the new school university. And I realized that I got used to your logic of arguments, and I like it, that I feel very familiar in this sense. And honestly speaking, I'm equally optimistic about the future of liberal democracy in the United States as you, less so in Slovakia, honestly. And we can have a long discussion about it, and there are many other Slovaks here who can jump in as well. But although I'm following, and we are all following it in various US media, in New York Review of Books, the whole discussion, what will be the legacy of Trump's governance, well, in few months or in 4 years eventually. what do you really expect? What will be the legacy of his governance? And now I'm asking about 3 dimensions of it. Institutionally, firstly, because of course he's somehow was shaking. What will be the legacy in terms of the shape of society? Society is deeply polarized. It's understanding, it's displaying certain understanding and accepting of autocratic steps already. So obviously it will have an impact. And lastly, thirdly, what will be the legacy of Trump's governance on quality of American democracy? The discourse, inclusiveness of American society, something what we were admiring so much in the 90s, let's say. We were trying to copy it in Slovakia in many ways, but after 4 years with Trump, something changed in US, and I would be curious, about your opinion. What is going to change?
Okay, so I'm not so terribly optimistic about the United States. I see an opening, but on the dimensions that you just mentioned, I have grave concerns. Probably, first of all, if he wins, I think the prospects for the United States, for democracy in the United States, social justice in the United States, the fate of the earth, given the challenges of climate change, are dismal. And I mean that's exceedingly dangerous when survival, the fate of democracy, the kind of possibility of social justice, absolutely is being determined by an election. The choices are just so incredibly stark. I think it's likely he's going to be defeated. I thought it was probable that he would be defeated before the pandemic. Now with the pandemic, though he has his account of it that is attractive to his blind supporters, I think that the vast majority of Americans actually see through that. And they see through it because their safety is at issue. And the fantasy of robust economic recovery under him is actually very unconvincing, except for the true believers. So I think that he's likely to lose. But I worry he won't. And I profoundly worry that he won't. Now, having said that, let's say Biden wins. I'm hopeful that that a kind of pragmatic progressivism will come to the fore. In a longer version of the paper that I just delivered, I think there's potential for something that mirrors the New Deal of the 1930s. The crisis is immense, and the possibilities of fundamental changes are very much there. But Trump is not likely to accept. First of all, he's going to interfere with the election. Second of all, nonetheless, I think he's likely to lose. He's going to deny the legitimacy of the election. That is going to undermine the legitimacy of American democratic institutions. So the challenge, how to respond to the reaction that he started and he will intensify, is immense. I worry that the person, Joe Biden, wasn't my first choice as candidate, nor my second, third, or fourth choice as candidate to be the Democratic nominee. For those who are listening in and are curious, I supported Elizabeth Warren. And I worry about his capacities. But then I'm hopeful that the people around him are kind of bright, and if they can mutually engage together with mutual respect and common action, I think that's a reason for hope. So this struggle that I defined as being the struggle of the election is also going to be the struggle after the election. And then the other dimension of the politics of small things, what I've mostly focused on in my career. I mostly haven't paid attention to large politics. I'm mostly interested in Polish student theater, in small groups who speak to each other, develop a capacity to act in concert, which is a kind of power. So I'm hopeful that such small groups working against and also in favor of the new regime, that would more democratic regime, might actually get us to the point that we will draw a harsh line between the Trump era and what happened, the world we live in after it. And we understand that that was not us. That was the worst aspects of us that we have to distance ourselves from. Now, I'll speak from my own experience. I'm a relatively old man, not that old, because I don't really remember the McCarthy period, though it affected my family. But when I was coming of age, that line was being drawn between, in the 1960s, between the McCarthy period and what followed. In order to get, I come from a relatively poor background, and I qualified for a state scholarship to go to the State University of New York at Albany. By the way, my tuition was $400 a year, which tells you how different, how the society has disinvested in higher education and made it impossible for people like me to be fully educated, because it's much, much more than that. But in order to get this small scholarship, I had to sign a declaration that I do not and have never belonged to an organization that advocates the overthrow of the United States government. That was a legacy of McCarthyism, but it was dismantled. So I'm hoping that the same process, Trump represents an even more severe blow to American democracy than McCarthy did. And I'm hoping that the same process will begin. Will it be successful? I don't know. It's not a question of optimism and pessimism. It's a question of commitment, that we need to commit to making that happen. We need to understand that has to be done and act accordingly. I think I answered your questions. Yeah, so that, whether that works out, that's going to affect the quality of American life and the shape of society. This is, there's the legacies of the Trump era and also the legacies of the pandemic. So the pandemic, the problem of totalitarianism was that it isolated people. It depoliticized people. It made public life impossible. I think that Trump and the pandemic actually move us in the same direction. And kind of overcoming that is immense challenge. And I'll kind of conclude on this, that making the challenge visible on media, among ourselves, face-to-face interaction, social media, television, etc., making it visible is actually an important task that we scholars and intellectuals need to address as a task that is ours.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Media and universities are among those important public spheres where these small groups and small gestures can reverberate. And we have a question on our Zoom chat about universities in the States, and I think we can also expand that question a little bit. And the question from Milan Chichel, apologies, is about the nature of the universities. I mean, they are understood to be left biased. Would they form opposition to autocracy? Would that represent any political value, this orientation? But I would also expand it. I mean, when we speak about higher education in the United States, you mentioned how much you paid for your education, and we know what the costs of education are today. We also know that not just higher education, but education in general has been in crisis, and the pandemic will make this crisis even more severe. So what is the potential? What are the spaces for action within universities and within the sphere of education?
Okay, so I'm this is complicated. The problem of education in contemporary societies and in American society particular is acute right now. I mean, really radicalized because of the pandemic. But let me start with answering the question most directly. I don't think that that universities can help us solve this problem by being a progressive force, politically progressive force that opposes the reactionary forces in our society. I think, I like to think of the New School, the New School is generally recognized as a progressive institution. But I like to think of it not as a progressive institution, but as an open institution, that in principle, it's open to all political persuasions, to the knowledge, research, creativity of the world that preceded us, and attempting to extend it in a very, very open way, so that an interesting thing is that one of the early members of the University in Exile, which is the name for the faculty I'm not now in, the original name of the faculty that I'm now in, was Leo Strauss. So the idea of the university as being an open space where the treasures and potential of human knowledge, creativity, and expertise can be nurtured, I think is absolutely crucial. And I think that our responsibility, now speaking as a professor, with other professors, to students, that our responsibility to our students is to pass on to them what we know, but not to propose to them the questions that we have addressed, and report on the experiences we've had in trying to address those questions, but not to give them answers. I think it's very dangerous to give them answers, because they have to come up with answers. Their answers for the problems of today are going to be different than ours. They should be different than ours. They understand the circumstances of coming into the world now in a way that we don't understand it. So I think that's our primary responsibility. You and I, Dagmar, spoke about this, not about this directly, but around this earlier on, and I kind of emphasized that in the making of this new democracy seminar, as I kind of started conceiving it and putting it together, it became clear to me, especially in a conversation with Jacek Kucharczyk in Warsaw, that the democracy seminar has to be multi-generational. That young people see things that I don't see. I see things that they don't see. And actually, it's very important that universities and also intellectual platforms such as Public Seminar draw upon the insights that different generations have. So I think that universities, to the degree to which they open up space for informed deliberation, and they take advantage of being on the hill, such as the one that Plato created, but they take into account also the experience of Socrates, and we bring what we know into the market and into ordinary everyday discourse, not to provide answers to problems, but to actually illuminate the problems and help our fellow citizens to address them. And that's not to say that I abstain from politics, the kind of nitty-gritty politics, but it's a mistake to actually confuse my politics, our politics, for our academic responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, I apologize, Orwa. I see you, and we'll get there to you in just a second. At the same time, it's a bit of we are still built on the structures of inequality, and in the States it's probably even more visible, but education systems anywhere often segregate, highlight inequalities, etc. In the States, the segregation in schools has been increasing rather than decreasing, and the prices of education at this point are, I don't know who can afford them, to be honest, but it's a big problem for such an important public sphere that
it's a huge problem. I don't know what the list of people who want to speak, but I'll say just very briefly, for all the problems universities and primary and secondary education have in America, the fact that they're closed down right now has increased inequality. That privileged students and pupils continue to learn under the conditions of the pandemic. They know how to do that. People who are not privileged are languishing right now. And I mean, that's true at the university level, but of course it's especially true at the secondary level, and radically true at the primary level, basic education. Schooling in America fosters inequality. The absence of schooling, it's even more radical.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much. And we have our experiences with that in Slovakia. We especially experiences with segregation, and it's quite astounding that we are facing these questions only in the 21st century, but there we are. But anyway, Orwa, apologies for waiting. You wanted to ask a question, so please join us in the Zoom conversation. I'm not sure if I can unmute you. Maybe I can get help from our...
Thank you.
Conference. The organizers are now doing their work.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Goldfarb, for the presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I do think the politics of small things is incredibly important today. But to the point of, I have a couple of questions to the point of a potential Biden presidency, how viable it is, and how optimistic we can look at it. One thing is, I'm not very optimistic about Biden winning the election itself because of the experience of the 2016.
Certainly suggests that we should be cautious about our optimism.
Yeah. Well, back in 2016, a lot of Sanders supporters, or maybe more progressive voters in the Democratic Party, were disillusioned with the process, especially with super delegates, etc., which is a process that has somewhat repeated itself in a different way. And do you fear that this might repeat in the 2020 election? You find a lot of progressive wings of the Democratic Party abstaining from voting altogether because it seems like a regressive move from the Democratic Party to go back to Biden, which would represent a form of normality, similar to Obama, and for some people even worse. And the other question that I wanted to ask is, well, suppose Biden does win the presidency. How likely is it that those radical changes, those progressive changes will happen, given what we know about Biden already? In some ways it could potentially represent a return to normality. And we've seen where normal has gotten us, since the 2008 crash, etc. And the urgency for action is ever more increasing. So that return to normal might disillusion a lot of people from being active. And then, we might find ourselves in a situation where it's too late to respond to climate change, for example. Thank you.
Okay, so I wish I saw your face. All I see is your name. So I don't know if that good. That's good. Following the kind of my intellectual theory, I really pay attention and think it's important face-to-face interaction. So just talking to a black screen with your name is stifles me. Okay, so first of all, I'll confess, I'm a great fan of Barack Obama. So when you say know that on the other hand, know that there were limitations to his presidency, and I'm not someone who has a great man, and it's usually man, theory of history. I think that I'm a sociologist. I think that the kind of social texture, the kind of class formations, the way institutions work, the way action is facilitated or blocked, it is really, really important. So Biden, the person, I have no confidence about him. If he were just alone sitting there and he was going to replace Donald Trump and make all the decisions on his own. But he's not an autocrat. He's not pretending to be an autocrat. And I think we should pay attention to the people who are surrounding him. And it's just notable that these task force that he's appointed involve in significant ways people who were very active in the Warren and the Sanders campaigns. And even the so-called pragmatic wing of the party realize that Medicare for all doesn't sound so radical right now. Now that I'm looking for a word to express my dismay. The incredibly horrible condition of our public health capacity is revealed. Will it be called Medicare for all? Probably not. Will there be a radicalization of access to medicine if a move to do that on the part of Biden? I think it's highly probable. There's a current concern for criminal justice. Again, the people who are advising him are really very, very different. Now, when Obama was elected and he appointed his economic advisors, my stomach sank because he had other advisors to appoint. I think we have to pay attention to what Biden does during the campaign and after. There are no guarantees. But in any case, I think radicals have to work for, at least not get in the way of the election of Biden, because with Biden president, there's a game to be played. There's a possibility that he can be pushed. Not with Trump. Not with Trump. Revealed this morning with his tweets. So there's a great injustice in Minneapolis. A man is murdered for all to see. Clear and simple. There's outrage expressed. And what does Trump say? He warns the people who are expressing the outrage that they may be shot. That won't happen under Biden. And not only that, Biden would be more prone to be moved by people who are protesting than people who are thinking that the problem is to repress the protesters. So the field of politics becomes the opportunity for progressive action is greatly increased. Now, do you have to give up or say that that's more important than grassroots organizing? No. And if you're a grassroots organizer and that's your zone of creativity, focus on that. But the one question I got when I published Politics of Small Things: what makes it possible for politics of small things to have have positive consequences or not? And a lot of it has to do with its connection to political movements. So 2001, I wrote about the Howard Dean campaign for president and the anti-war movement in the United States. Howard Dean doesn't solve all problems. The anti-war movement needs a proper, a president that would potentially listen. And if he doesn't listen, now talking about Biden, then shout. But there's, I think that, I think that 2016, Clinton and Biden are candidates in different circumstances, and they're actually proceeding with their opponents, their Democratic opponents, very, very differently. And we should pay attention to that. Last thing, Hannah Arendt says that in politics, appearances are realities. So I don't care what's in Biden's heart. I care what he presents, the decisions he makes. So, the first thing to pay attention to now is, who does he choose to be vice president? Pay attention to that. And then if he's elected, and this is where Obama did fail for me in economics, who does he appoint as his advisors, his cabinet? That will matter. So that's my answer. Oh.
Thank you very much. And we will have time for one or two more questions as we slowly approach our final station. But when you mentioned the world of appearances, it reminded me of your talk on hypocrisy, or the relationship between truth and hypocrisy, and the importance of appearances in the world of politics. And you have mentioned that all of the politicians are hypocrites, in a way, or anyway, most of them are. You have Jefferson, who speaks of freedom yet owned slaves, etc. But that it is important to at least pretend. That's an odd proposition. but an important one. And you draw the line at Trump, right? That he's not a good hypocrite anymore. Why is that important, and how so?
I think that he, for the most part, he doesn't even pretend. So the argument is, in the piece, in a section on the Gray is Beautiful series that I wrote, that I know you read, I analyzed this. There was an earlier essay entitled "Two Cheers for Hypocrisy." And the idea is, it's an old idea, a very old idea, that hypocrisy is the tribute that scoundrels give to virtue. And by giving virtue that tribute, the idea of virtue continues. So one of the reasons why I am very, very concerned about the situation in the United States now, and the prospects of the re-election of Donald Trump, is that tribute is gone, and there's no longer even pretense to being democratic. Now, back in the good old bad days of the first phase of the democracy seminar, I was working with dissidents from East Central Europe, along with critical colleagues in New York and around and elsewhere, on an exchange that crossed the old Iron Curtain. By the way, I use the term Iron Curtain sarcastically, and there was a sense that we lived in democratic countries and they didn't. But we weren't celebrating our democracy. We knew that our democracy was highly flawed, but it was the hypocrisy of the democracy that we actually approved of. That we were trying. And of course, you can't always just be a hypocrite, but you need to show some respect, some control by the ideal, so that the distance between the ideal and the reality actually gives you a resource to critically act upon the reality. And that's what Trump gives. Trump is a nihilist. It's all gone. He both in the way he behaves on the American political, internal, national American political scene, but then really very dramatically on the world stage. So he celebrates dictators and he castigates democratic leaders. I want some hypocrisy.
I understand fully, and it's also not a new idea entirely. Almond and Verba wrote about the myth of democracy, how important it is for the people to believe that they have the capacity to act in
Right.
order. Even if they don't act, the belief is vastly important in order.
Yeah, the belief itself is not enough,
No.
but it's necessary.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I just worry, but it's been mentioned before, and we don't have to go there at this point, that this belief is lacking in many places. Like
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Michal said that he's pessimistic about the prospects in Slovakia, I imagine that one of the major reasons why he's pessimistic is because of that lack of belief.
Mm-hmm.
He can speak for himself. But
speaking of Michal, he has another question, and then we have yet another question from our organizers. So we have to start being mindful of our time.
Though I love Michal, I'd love to hear from the organizers.
So Michal, if you don't mind, we will switch the order and we'll come to you last. I know your question, it will be a big one. So we'll leave you for last. And Maciej, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your talk and for everything you said. I just was wondering, and we were discussing it also here in our basement, that one of the things that we spend kind of a lot of time, and also it happened in Slovakia, but also the way you're talking about that we are so hooked on wishing for the Biden presidency or for the election of Biden, or in Slovakia we're so hoping for the change to take place, but we kind of we look at the big politics of in the case of US, it probably is the presidential, that we sometimes forgetting the local races or the congressional races. And it's also happened in Slovakia that we're voting for a party, but not really looking at what candidates are for that party running. And therefore we kind of voted for a change, but not a change that we wished for, or that change kind of took a different shape than we were expecting. And I'm also wondering whether it would be something that might happen also in Biden, in case, for example, that he will want to win the presidency, but not had either Senate or Congress on his side.
Well, first of all, you know, he in order, you know, I really want that dark line to be drawn between the Trump era and that which follows. And in order for that to happen, it's absolutely necessary that the Senate and the House go Democratic. You know, so you know, I came of age as a political being, not particularly attached to any political party, but at this point, the only chance the United States has is to decisively defeat not only Donald Trump, but the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is completely implicated in the atrocities of the Biden era. I want to see a person, organizers. I wasn't really impatient. I'm being playful. And then I know what happened in Slovakia is that a party was elected and you didn't know about the details of the people who were being elected. So that you thought I think, so I mean, the advantage we have is that the Democratic Party is long established, and the orientations of the various people running in the Democratic Party are also well known. So some of the criticisms that are addressed to Barack Obama often come in the form that you said you were going to do this, but you didn't do half of what you promised us to do. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that there were many Democrats who weren't supporting the agenda that he had laid out. So that's an issue. You know, that's a tough issue. And yes, it's not just vote for Biden and everything is fine. We have to be paying attention to the elections from the most local to the election of the president. More than that, we have to be politically active, not only in parties, but in what I call the politics of small things, in grassroots politics. If we protest about the injustices in prisons, then people see that those injustices are there. If we don't protest about that, then they are invisible. You know, right now, the protests, violent and nonviolent, that are occurring after the atrocity in Minneapolis is really, really important. I mean, I think that it's important that the video was there. I think has changed things, but then there has to be a response. I'm totally bewildered by you know, how it's possible that the murderer is not now in jail. But you know, if I just hold that to myself and it's not expressed, then publicly, then it doesn't really matter what I think. So we, as political actors, actually have to make ourselves visible. You know, this online platform that I created, Public Seminar, is about making what we students and faculty talk about in the corridors of the universities visible to a larger public, but also making it so that we pay attention to that larger public, because so often we think we know better than ordinary folks, but ordinary folks in fact know things that we don't know. And that's, I think, one of the differences between 2016 and 2020, that you know, we progressive Democrats, we progressive Americans counted Biden out. Biden didn't win because the world, the Democratic Party stacked up against the progressives. In fact, people voted for him, and we need to pay attention to why they voted for him, and we need to pay attention to who voted for him, just as he has to pay attention to the people who did not vote for him. So I'm relatively optimistic that that attention is being attended to.
Thank you. And I hope that Biden's teaching cabinet will be able to come up with that kind of a vision beyond winning the election, beyond resistance towards Trump, etc. Because I think actually I see a great parallel between 2016 election and our last election as kind of this ritual of rebellion, that it's election as an opposition to what is anti-systemic, anti-state of affairs, etc. But then once you vote, you are satisfied and in a way you're much readier to accept the state of affairs. But this is neither a question nor a comment, because the last quick question belongs to Michal, who has been waiting patiently before we conclude.
Okay.
Please unmute him.
Okay, I'm in. Very good.
Oh my, look at that background.
Yes.
That's a background from Roma settlement from Eastern Slovakia, concretely Trebišov. For information, it's
everything there.
It's everything, and it's mess. It's apocalypse. You have everything. Okay, Jeff, we are teasing each other. Who is more pessimistic? It reminds me. One good Swedish film, existential film, how Swedish couple is sitting on a sofa, both are depressed, and one is saying to another, my depression, your depression is peanuts in comparison to mine. So okay, but now seriously, I just in a chat I've sent you the definitions of functioning liberal democracy by Larry Diamond. I'm sure you know it. And I'm thinking about both those countries, US and Slovakia. US definitely at the moment not protecting rights of all inhabitants. I mean, we see it in Minneapolis clearly. And Slovakia is in the same situation. That's why I put Roma settlement in my background. But on top of it, I would question the rule of law in Slovakia as well, which I wouldn't be putting a question mark in case of US so much. And both of our countries, we have a free and fair elections, I believe, more or less, and we have an active civil society. So I still see that what is missing somehow, according to Larry Diamond, as far as US is concerned, is full protection of rights of all inhabitants. In Slovakia, I don't see two dimensions. So okay, I just wanted to say this is the source of my pessimism, and this is the source of, at the same time, of my optimism about the US. That rule of law, after all, is the most important thing here.
Okay, so first of all, one of the problems with Trump, first of all, I have to say, of course, the rule of law is much more firmly institutionalized in the United States than it is in Slovakia, than it is in many, many countries. So the law is not always just, but its rule has been, my tense, I want to be careful with my tenses, has been relatively solid. It's notable that Trump, in systematic ways, is attacking the rule of law in the United States. He regularly speaks as if he has powers that he doesn't have. Free and fair elections. I worry about free and fair elections in the United States because the best way during the pandemic is to have free and fair elections is to broadly make available mail-in voting. And Trump and the Republican Party, not all Republicans but by any means, but Trump is actually attacking this. So this is very, very dangerous. And then if we mail-in elections are used readily around the country, which is likely despite his will, and he loses, then he's going to say that the election was rigged because of that. So we're in, a really, really difficult situation. In my talk, I also pointed out that they're the inspectors general, the kind of general government overview he's been attacking. He's been kind of creating political litmus tests for appointments to the judiciary. It's very, very solid, but it is under attack. So on that, I'm not going to compete with you for pessimism. I don't define myself as an optimist nor a pessimist. That's not important to me. Actually, one of the lines I wrote in leading, I think it's in the preface, but maybe it's in the conclusion of The Politics of Small Things. I confessed that under those situations, at that time, I wrote, "It hurts to think." The reason why it hurt to think then is because I took, the terrorists were, as George Bush put it, evildoers, but so was George Bush. And so were the people, and the people who opposed George Bush, I feared were not opposing George Bush effectively. And this is where the pessimism and optimism comes in. My intellectual project is actually to identify ways that we can work to yield results, but my commitment is, the reason for my intellectual being is to actually find those ways despite everything. I'm not a pessimist or an optimist, but I struggle against despair. Always struggle against despair. And it's especially difficult now when we think about the American political scene, but as Michal pointed out, also the consequences the pandemic and Trump's authoritarianism has had on the fabric of American society. And it's not only that it's not that the fabric that America was such a great place, but that the chances of making it better seem to be fading. And I think in order to struggle against that fate, that process.
Thank you very much. There are many themes that we could have touched upon still today. Many important themes, we have touched on some, but you were mentioning the importance of the media and speaking to the media and appearing in the public, yet media is also part of the problem today. We could have touched more on the topic of resistance in face of real violence within the society, especially in light of what's going on these days in the United States. We will not have time for all of that today, unfortunately, as our time has just expired, but I have posted a link to the public seminar on the chat here, and we can do the same under the YouTube conversation and on our website. And we will also post your longer text on our website so that some of the things that we did not get to, people can read later on. But I think at least to me, your stance on looking for spaces of resistance and connection is not just a political reflection. It's a very personal call also to all of us. I take it very personally. I think it bestows responsibility on us that essentially it's not sufficient to think nice thoughts and hope for the best and like everybody, but it bestows the responsibility to really act, because we may not like the choices that we have, but we always have choices to make, and choice to do nothing is also a choice, unfortunately, that we make too often. So I think, at least for me, that's the significant message that comes out of this, to take on that responsibility and use those spaces to connect to the best ability. I hope something will also come out of this. There's also a possibility to join in the conversation at the democracy seminars, so we encourage people to do that. I'm not sure in what ways people can contribute. Maybe you can instruct them if you'd like contribution.
Well, I would advise people to go to public seminar and then click on seminars and then click on democracy seminar. And you'll get an idea of what we're up to. I have to actually improve that to make it more directly accessible. And I'm working with Michal and Dagmar, among many other people, on this seminar. And I'm interested in working not only with established professors, but also with students, with younger faculty, famous and not all that well known, from all over the world. And the idea is that we who are interested in these problems should be talking to each other. So if you have ideas about ways you would like to contribute, issues you'd like to address personally, or if you know someone who we should be paying attention to, I just ask you to write me. My email is I'm Jeffrey Goldfarb at the New School, and I think you can find it. The email is goldfarj@newschool.edu. And I imagine the organizers too. I'd be very happy to work with the organizers on this. Yes, and I'm also interested in people who are not in the university to take part in this. Participants in the democracy seminar include political activists and social organizers and human rights workers as well. So, and it sounds very, very grand, but I really am a person who focuses on small things and has small ambitions. This is mostly about people connecting with each other and kind of forming a discussion among ourselves, and then showing that discussion and really look forward to hearing from you. So thank you for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. I would love to talk to, if there are many people who want to talk, I would love to continue the conversation. Maybe there is a way that we together can figure out a context, a platform where this conversation can continue. I would welcome that.
Gladly, we will certainly think about that with our esteemed team of organizers who are right there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeffrey, so much for being with us today, but also for what you do. I mean, these platforms for conversation remind me of the few times that our societies have become especially mobilized. So I have that feeling again, like we had in the late 90s and before that in the early 90s. So it may be small, as you say, but to us it's all important. Such platforms for conversations are crucial for us at this time. So thank you very, very much. Thank you guys for organizing this and for everybody who stayed with us. I see many people who were here during the whole day since 1 p.m. until now. So thanks for your loyalty and patience. And we will see you tomorrow again at 1:30 p.m. Central European Time. So have a pleasant evening, and may we have a brighter future ahead of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Kusa. I would also like to thank all of our guests, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Vašečka, and Professor Goldfarb, but also all of the participants for a fruitful discussion. And we would like to thank also the viewers and all the supporters, because we've been receiving all of positive messages throughout the whole day. And we would just like to remind you that we are continuing tomorrow. We have 2 more panelists with the students and experts as well. And then we are having an expert panel with our guests, Dr. Tiriaki and Dr. Pap. And then the last one will be another keynote speaker, Professor Jean-Luc Nancy. So we are very much excited and look forward to seeing you again.
In a few seconds, we will just turn off the live stream. So just if you can keep silent for a few more seconds, and then afterwards we can still discuss, or you can stay here for a little while. And we just want to thank everybody for their participation the whole day, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Great job.